let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't know it's me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. 20 days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes.
careless, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no rhyme. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get the pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, but can't get my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now ow ow Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point ต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the old shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer from the competition. เพราะลับคือ I'm the best, right? What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Hello and welcome to VCT EMEA. Week 3 of Stage 1 is in full swing, so why don't you pull up a chair and join us for another day of action here in the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I am your host, Zoe, and joining me on the desk all day long are two of my favorite gappers. It is Tom, it is Mac. You have the biggest grin on your face. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm just having a great time. You know, whooping. We got big games on. It gets me excited, and it's just one of those things.
I want to know what was going to follow the word whooping, and you decided to change your mind.
She said yapping. It sounds like gapping. We're having a good time. I'm here. You know, spirits are high. We have good games on the horizon, and that gets me going. Does it not get you going? Huh? Obviously not. It doesn't put the gas in the tank like me.
You know what? We all fill a different role here on the desk. Clearly, you're our cheerleader and hype man. We take that.
Personality hire.
Actually. Before we're talking about all the action that is to come that makes you giggle like a 13-year-old, I do want to revisit some of the high and low lights from yesterday. It was a day, all right. We started things off with a quick one, BBL and Koi. You know, BBL dropped the big numbers, Koi dropped the spaghetti.
Yeah, it's like, you know, to have a game of or a day of great games, you need a day of not so great games, and that was yesterday. It was a rough watch at times. I think that first match in particular, I enjoyed watching 11 thrive. Unfortunately, I didn't enjoy as much the opponents struggling a little bit.
Yeah, look, for me as well, that game BBL up against Movistar Koi was pretty much, you know, ride or die. Yampi didn't end up fragging that hub, but he was screaming pretty loud. And if that's how BBL play their best kind of game, is if he's just in the middle, getting everyone fired up, do more of that. It's great for the cameras, it's great for the show, and it's great for BBL's gameplay apparently too. But yeah, GX unfortunately not getting a single round up against Na'Vi in the final map of that series was the worst.
We made history.
What do you mean?
You were part of history. That hasn't happened since 2000.
It ended after 2 maps. There was no third.
There was no third.
There was no third map.
I mean, only one team showed up for the third one.
There was no
really.
third map. We forget about it.
It was 2-0 on it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why the standings look the way they look right now. Let's actually discuss the teams here.
It was a draw, actually. Yeah, no, standings looking pretty good though, and yeah,
for
so
some
far.
teams.
The thing is, for Group Maker, even though it doesn't look good for some of the teams on that side of the thing, there is still a chance, there is still a world where every team in Group Omega can still make it the playoffs, so no one's knocked out yet.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, some teams on the brink of almost guaranteed elimination, a handful, of course, on the cusp of playoffs qualification, and much in between. I just summarized how standings
Heretics
work.
could do it today.
Congrats. Exactly, that's right. Team Heretics will be locking a playoff spot if they win against Vitality, which will also be our certified banger of a match. However, Mac, I know for a fact that you are also very excited about our first series.
I am. That first series is going to be a bit of a game changer because if Foot don't manage to get the win, that makes that group incredibly spicy. And I'm keen to see exactly how that one plays out. Team Liquid, look, they played really good last week, and I'd love to see them play great again today. But yeah, with everything Foot's been putting on the table, they have been so aggressive, so strong, especially on the attacking side. So I just really want to see what they have for us today.
You had the perfect segment laid out for me with the spicy, and then you kept rambling, so now I can't use it anymore, which is a little unfortunate, but that's okay because we're going to do. I can bring it back. Well, I kind of did. Hot takes. I think since we're midway through stage 1, this is a perfect time for stop eating our props, good sir. Perfect.
That's supposed to be a punishment.
I can dip it.
Okay,
oh, okay.
Fair. Okay, so here's how the rules work for this one. I will ask the two of you and myself to deliver a hot take. If it's not hot enough, you have to spice it up with some hot sauces. We have 3 different levels of spicy
But also if it's
sauce.
too silly, right? Come on.
If it's too silly, yeah. If you're overcooking, like then...
Can't you? I can say what I want.
We'll find a reason to punch each other.
Win champions.
I can't say it's my first day
We will
anymore.
rate them by spiciness of the take. There we go. So we're going from super spicy to mild to banana.
Banana.
Obviously,
The potassium.
Yeah,
Hey, bananas
that's how
can be
spicy
quite
scales
spicy,
work.
you know?
Okay, I'm gonna kick things off here.
I'm ready.
Okay, I forgot my take actually. I have to look down at my notes. Don't worry about it. My take should appear here. There it is. Koi and GX will both go winless in stage 1. With that take, I also imply that Apex will be winning their match against GX in week 5.
Is that hot? I think that's pretty lukewarm.
Yeah, to be honest, you'll say the only one that, because I think most people think Koi will go winless.
Yeah, that's not the hot part of my take. The hot part
but
is
then
the GX part.
the hot bit is the team that got 13-0'd will go winless.
Look at Dignity.
Against Apex, which was to be considered the easy win for
Na'Vi
everyone.
were also pretty poor.
What I'm hearing is what I'm hearing. What I'm getting here is this is not hot.
I think you're having something spicy here because that was. Wow,
How
I expected.
spicy?
I think. Do we put up the spice that we need you to have? So
Yes.
the take itself, banana.
The take was
the
banana.
spice you
The take
need,
was banana.
very hot.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll dig in. Should I? Oh, it's just stuck onto the board.
There you go. You
Can
can't
we
be trusted. That's what it is.
Actually, so you're
Oh, they are.
okay.
Oh, yeah, they've been glued
Okay,
down.
so this is the spiciest. So I'm just gonna crunch away.
Oh wow, you're going
I'm going in.
ham. Okay.
This is not a good spice vessel. But
Spice vessel?
What is a good spice vessel?
A spoon? A banana?
A chip?
it's actually kind of nice.
Oh, well that's backfired.
Mm.
I actually need a prop of my own for my
It's a
take.
good flavor though. I like it. You need props for
you
it.
got the
yeah,
prop
just
ready.
Can I
just in
keep on
case
eating
anybody
or
was
is
wondering,
that
this
against
is
the
this
rules?
Yeah,
is
just
this is
keep
what
going.
it says. So
wow.
maybe my take can be brought up while I'm getting changed, if that's okay.
Makeup is gonna...
Yeah, maybe get makeup in.
Makeup and audio are gonna love this tape.
No, this is a mistake, but I think a Lithuanian will have today's top ACS. This is a really good look, by the way.
Top ACS.
Yes, top ACS. So
When
either
Foot are
mini
playing.
boo or boo. Exactly. So I'm going against the #1 ACS in the world right now.
Yeah.
That's pretty hot.
That's pretty
Because
hot.
it's wrong.
That's
It's
pretty
wrong.
hot.
It's a hot take, right?
So the take itself.
Yeah, spicy. It's definitely not
spicy.
banana.
It's not banana.
It's not
No, it's not banana.
It's
But I feel like
someone-
orange
I
isn't
need
good
to
enough,
show
so
off
maybe
the
like
name on the back
mix
again
these.
as well, because you know, I am bald
Bald
boo.
boo.
You are
I'm part
bald
of the
boo.
family. I'm part of the family.
You look the part.
At least 50% of the part. So
Very
do I
good.
need to? Does
So-
that mean I need a middle one?
Yeah, the
Which is the middle one?
There's the red one. The middle one
middle
is
one.
actually not the middle one. The middle one is the
Yeah,
left
it's
one.
the
I'll have
all
a bit
red
of
one.
both.
Yeah, just have a bit of it. You would.
Just mix and match. I don't know. Help yourself.
How was it?
Kind of
Yeah,
nice. I
that's
like the.
tasty.
I also like the green. This punishment is not
This
really
punishment is
punishing
not.
us.
It's not being the punishment.
That
we're
one is
looking
not
for.
tasty.
In our defense, we are in Germany. They're not known for their spicy food.
Of course.
So maybe that's where we all went wrong. I don't know. Okay,
Cool.
Mac, what's your spicy, not spicy
Banana.
take?
Okay.
Banana.
Here we
This
go.
will be the best lineup Fnatic has ever had.
No. There we go. Moving on.
You don't reckon? I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing. And
Just for every single Leo fan on the planet, including myself, that is the worst take I've ever
yeah,
had
but
in
look,
my life.
when Fnatic was, the best in
Point
the
of
world,
hot takes wasn't to
that's
say
when
something
everyone
bad
else-
as
Yeah.
in wrong.
that's when everyone else wasn't quite good. Now Valorant's been out for 5 years. Teams are very good. Players are very good.
So you're saying
this,
Durka isn't good?
didn't he? How did he do last week? Eh?
That should have been your hot take.
I'd like to apologize. He is new and also
I just
from
swam
Pacific,
here, all right?
so,
I'm delirious.
yeah.
That's okay. So what am I doing? Am I?
Just so you know, most people think to this day
Most
that
people hate me now.
Leo might be the best player in the world. So for you to say that this version of the roster is bad, I will say Crashies has done quite well.
Oh yeah,
but,
100%.
But
Well,
not Leo well.
He stepped it up. Like kickoff, I would have maybe argued, but like I think in stage 1 he really like ramped it up. Your take wasn't necessarily hot. It was just like all wrong.
I would say stupid.
So I think you
but,
have
you know,
to just
Yeah, each their own. Yeah.
can you just mix them all together
That's
and have
right.
a good swig?
Oh, it was stuck. Well,
Okay.
Wait, I don't know how long this is going to take.
It's not
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that also works.
beautiful.
That's what you get for
It's just like tomato sauce.
talking against our Lord and Savior Leo.
Actually, it's so true.
That's yum. It's got
It's
a,
nice.
ew, it's got a kick.
It's got a kick.
Little kick. When you do it like that, it's got a kick.
When
I
you
don't really
drink
have the
half
salt or the
pot.
bread to sort of like, make it a bit more.
Oh, no, I'll allow you to have a bread.
I hope our match today, our first match today, can match that kick and bring some spice as well. Let's dig into this one. We are going to see a Team Liquid going up against Foot today. And Team Liquid, I mean, they ramped things up. They made some changes. We saw, of course, Zero coming in. Also, they showed us different looks last week with different compositions. How are we feeling about them? Can they do it?
Yeah, I think like their matchup versus BBL definitely gave me some hope. I think after the change, losing Kamek was like a pretty big deal. I think individually he was very strong, and Serial maybe couldn't necessarily live up to that hype. But yeah, I think they've proven that they are a team to fear within this group especially.
Yeah, and look, today it's probably going to be a bit of a harder approach than what it was last week. So I'm hoping that we get to see the best from Liquid given the scenario. But yeah, it's just going to be so hard up against Foot. So it's a true test.
Absolutely. Yeah, they obviously made some changes. We talked about them already. Have they found their footing yet with the new edition? Do you feel like it all looks like it gelled, or do you think they still have quite a bit of work to do?
It's
Get me a little bit.
There's regret. I'll be honest, I don't think it's quite there yet. I think Kamek is a very difficult player to replace. I think especially when you look at their Tejo play, they've tried putting Patatek and others into that sort of role, and I think that it's not as good as Kamek.
He's weak, he's drinking water.
It's not milk, it's not milk, so it's acceptable.
Okay, fair.
You want to get the milk?
It's over
Actually,
there.
there's milk over there.
I'll be back
Just
in a
out of
second.
reach.
Keep talking. Tom, do my job.
Okay. Yeah, I think that ultimately they haven't quite replaced the Teo prowess just yet. And considering how strong that agent has been within the meta, you know, they need a little bit more time, just like Mac does with milk.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Look, I could have just drank from the carton, but I feel like it could have been a bit rude for my second time on the show, so I have gotten a glass.
It would have been all
also
yours
to show you that it
afterwards.
is milk. You know, hopefully my pouring skills are okay. It is milk.
Did it?
Yeah.
Not a
Cheers.
drop spilled.
Cheers.
Milk,
Cheers,
mate.
cheers.
Give me.
Yeah, the
Cheers with the Red
hubris-
Bull, not with the bread. Yeah, the bread bull. Yeah.
Bread Bull. As they call it. I want to revisit something Coach Lohan said, because heading into the stage with the map changes, we were all concerned that, you know, like with the new maps coming in and the old maps coming out, like this could impact Team Liquid a lot. However, when Lohan was being asked about that, he said, I want you to read it, Tom, because I know this one brings you joy.
This quote does annoy me a little bit, because it says, I think our map pool is really good right now. Absolutely fine. In practice, we put a lot of time into the map pool. Obviously, with changing a player, there's less time to focus on the map pool. So it feels like he sort of said the same thing a few times, but also the last point kind of contradicts the first, because you've said you've not had much time, but then you have a really good map pool. So either the not having much time didn't affect your map pool, or it did, and then you're lying in the first place.
Right. So what's the takeaway?
The takeaway is that
It could have been better.
Could have been better. They're playing cereal. Not really though. Like so, I mean, now that they, you know, fit the puzzle pieces together and they're getting acquainted with that new map pool, which is clearly not bothering them at all, things are looking up. They got the dub.
Sure, I think most people would have still expected them to beat Gentlemates in that first off, and I think an incredibly underwhelming half from BBL kind of put things on the scale. I think also Foot are a very different opponent to everyone else they've faced. I think Foot are incredibly good at sort of finding the gaps in your own play.
Yeah.
And there's only really like one man I think we need to begin to mention, because you know, the God of Thunder himself has been obliterating people over the last couple of weeks.
Oh man, and the insane stuff is like, so Zeus coming into this squad, obviously having massive shoes to fill for seeing it, and they fit like a glove. Like
if anything, his feet are too big for the shoes.
Actually, yeah, it's incredible what he's done so far. In his debut performance, he popped off, and they were like, oh, you know, maybe he just got luck. No, he continues.
Well, he also plays like what I would say is not the most common agents. Like you go on sort of maps like where Jet may not be necessarily in the pool anymore and gets 33 kills. Like you're talking about a guy that at times has literally carried this team kicking and screaming through maps, getting 2 aces in some maps back at kickoff. And yeah, currently the highest ACS in the world.
Oof. And look at all the other names there as well. There is a lot of names that, you know, over the years.
Jorgamo's kind of good, I've heard.
Yeah,
like, he's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Kang's only 9 at the moment. Buzz up there as well.
Yeah.
Like,
So
we got so many
EMEA
names.
on top is what I'm hearing here.
That's what
Of
I'm hearing.
course.
EU's always been on top. I don't know what anyone else is talking about.
But I can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table in today's match. It's going to be an explosive one for sure. And I'm sure both of these teams are very eager to continue, getting those dubs on the board. Because, again, the stage is short. They need every single win that they can get.
Yeah, for sure. And like, this is one of those situations where it is almost a must-win, because it'll make lock and playoffs that much easier. There could be a world if they lose this to TL, then that's where things could get interesting. You want to be going through in that top slot, because if you do go through the group in the top position, you only have to win 1 best of 3 and you lock yourselves a slot at Masters.
Yeah.
So that's going to be incredibly important, and that is why this match is incredibly huge for Liquid to try and cause an upset, and for Foot to try to lock in. Both these teams are going to need this.
Yeah, I think head-to-heads are always important as well. So with currently Foot not having a defeat, that could be one of the only ways that Team Liquid manages to get above them. But yeah, getting into the vetoes, I think it's going to be an interesting one just to see what is actually banned out. Foot taking out Fracture's intriguing to me. Clearly maybe done work elsewhere, but to ban a map that you were 3-0 on is not the norm, but I guess it's the factor of it being a little bit close.
I think
last
this
week.
time They are incredibly confident with the lineup that they've brought. They've got a slightly different lineup to the last time these two faced. And the thing was, last week, Foot did get rid of Haven. You know, that was their ban last week against Gentlemates, and they're letting it float for the third, even though they got dumpstered last time they met on Haven in that kickoffs game that they played against one another. So that's interesting. The other thing as well, Lotus and Split are maps where both these teams have shown us a lot. There's a lot of reps so far, not only here, also in kickoff. So there is a lot of prep that's probably been done by both of these, and it's going to be a matchup.
Yeah, I think also both teams being fairly favored on their own map choice. The only thing I'd say looking over at Foot, especially as we're going to kick off on Lotus, is their composition again is one where there is a heavy reliance on someone like Zeus, because you don't necessarily have a lot of that setup for him to take space into angles. A lot of those combos you get with utility, he just has to frag out of his mind. Luckily, as we saw, he does pretty much every single week.
It's the thing though, you have, you know, the unstoppable force against the most insane boulder in Nats, right? He is that Senti that can stop whatever.
Okay.
Why are we oohing? Oh, we got Waylay!
Yeah, we got Waylay, but also the deadlock coming in. This was something that on Lotus became fashionable for a little bit. The amount of delay that you can have when teams take contact, especially you look at the C site and B, you're normally going to dive into site. So if you dash, sensor goes off, you get stunned, you get trapped by a wall, trapped by a net, especially with the net now being something that recharges throughout rounds. I'm really excited to see what Serial will do with the deadlock.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Also, the fact that Waylay's been, you know, historically so far activated by a flash agent. There is only the paranoia and nothing else to really let the Waylay go forward other than the dashes itself. So maybe they're going to utilize that for more information along with the Teo, but I guess we'll see once we get into this one.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how Team Liquid is going to utilize this composition. I mean, the last few times we saw them on Lotus, they had a Clove in the mix as well, I believe, in Bangkok, so that didn't work out too well for them. So yeah, interesting new comp once again for Team Liquid, reinventing themselves against Foot. Would it be enough? We'll find out, and that's why we send it over to our casters.
Thank you guys. Yeah, we get a new look at the Liquid Lotus here. Both teams reintroducing maps to their pool. We'll see how that goes later on.
Yeah, we will, but this is really a really interesting first map. I mean, Team Liquid have played it 4 times, only been able to win it once, a 4th comp that they're playing right now. I mean, Foot have looked excellent on it, so it's a really tough start for Team Liquid.
We all remember the last time they brought a double Sentinel to the fray. That was a 12-0 defensive half. This time around, it's exactly where they're going to try and kick things off. Camo back on the Waylay as well. And as you can see in the middle of your screens, there is a chance, a very probable one, that we make some more history today. With this, of course, being such an important game for both teams in the group, could really shake things up, depending on how things go.
Well, Foot looking to take things aggressively on A. 5 players lined up. Liquid looking to try and actively contest that space as Foot continue forward. It's even so far.
It's a complete forfeiture of this space from Liquid. Barrier mesh goes up for a moment. That's going to stop players flooding out from main. It's tree where they'll head. There is time to set up this post plant and get the spike down quite comfortably. But Liquid are already trying to interrupt this.
Oh, look at that. Straight in, players getting tagged up. Kiko next on the kill feed. That's combining the last 2 remaining players for entry. An advantage for Liquid to work with to send the pistol round home. They'll get the first one on Lotus.
Liquid had been struggling with their pistol rounds up until this point. 33% win rate for them. We're bringing ideas to the table. This double Sentinel, yet again, that now makes it 13 rounds with no defeats as long as they have had both of those Sentinel players on their comfort pick.
And I think the thing is, though, when you watch Liquid's pistol round, they always have an idea, they always have something to work with. You think of the Fracture last week that they played against BBL, they had a nice little play with the Vise wall combined with a tail.
Right there.
Lots of thought being put into this, and in terms of this round, well, it's Zeus on this Outlaw buy. Again, we saw him do it a couple of times against mates. It can be a backbreaker, but you need to land both shots against the heavy shielded opponent. Serial surviving on 10 HP, and Camo locking down the A space. More fights for him to take. This seems not to be an issue right now.
can see the intentions with Foot as well. They want to keep fighting. They want to be using this utility to set players up. Krax has found a little space. Managing to get rid of Camo, but Serial's quick, ready for the trade.
Yetu stuck in the corner. He'll get taken down, and so it's only Mr. Fallen left. Foot not really achieving as much as they maybe would have liked in this round. Orb towards C. Other than that, Liquid showing how quick they are to react to any presence put towards A. You look at this composition with Zeus on the Jet, it is so reliant on those openers. But when you have, the Gravnet on cooldown now and all the extra utility, it feels oppressive even at the best of times. So Serial shutting things up, that's Liquid converting fairly cleanly.
Yeah, the combinations as well through a lot, like a chat on Twitter that I saw has with like talking about the deadlock, Gravnet combined with the tail. I know we've seen different ideas of how to combine the tail utility. All in all, I was really happy to see Serial get a nice little nice round there as well. He's a player that struggled, but week to week seems to be improving and settling into this Liquid roster.
This time, the Sentinels are separated, and it's the first time we see the Cypher setup on A. Paranoia coming out early just to try and feign the possibility that Liquid were interested, but the bodies are on B right now. And it's in these mid-rounds where on their defender's side before you'd maybe struggle to see that proactivity called by Nats, but now we get a look at it and already Foot cornered towards C, but it's only Serial there.
Needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out. He's just caught by his own utility actually. So players try to make their way in, a lot of spam. Serial, he needs to try and hold on. A little bit of delay for the rest of Team Liquid to get into position, which they do.
Look at the barrier mesh as well towards Bend. It's actually cutting off any players moving into position, so the spike is stuck. They're in the crosshairs of Liquid, and one by one they will be toppled. Krax finally finding some impact, but he's still got 3 more kills left to find to deny this bonus. And so Liquid will send it over the line with some comfortability.
Exactly, with comfortability, and I think that's the key point. Usually on bonus rounds can get a little bit spicy, but so far Team Liquid have a great idea of how they want to play this. Foot almost falling prey to the conditioning on A with the fact that Team Liquid are being proactive, fighting that, and then again going and clearing B main, knowing that it's going to be C. And then it's just easy from there, realistically, and I think Serial is really nice to delay on the C site.
Something we're going to have to keep tabs on because it was very nearly exposed that the barrier mesh was working overtime. Taking a look at this round, Foot not with all too much. Again, these defaults heavier towards the C side, and that all spins back to Yetajay. You're going to see him here so often, lots of times without backup, so the fact that there are players by his side could potentially fake the amount of presence if he does just show face.
Oh, Kiko.
Straight in.
Yeah, he's caught here, no chance, and that's an upgrade for Zeus to work with, not a player that you want to get that upgrade if you're a Team Liquid fan. Nats, I mean, he's getting put under extreme pressure. The rest of Team Liquid not in position really to support.
Immediate response with the ult though, and so that's going to allow Liquid to come flying back through. With the Hinder landing onto Mr. Fall, and the salvos will confirm their target. 2 on 2, only the 1 upgrade on Zeus. He's got to be the man to do it all for them right now. But whether he leads with ACS globally or not, it is a team performance from Liquid on the way back through as the retake is successful.
Extremely successful. I mean, on top of that, like, you can see there's stuff which Foot can work with there, but the retake is absolutely spot on.
So we just see this eco shut down by Liquid as well, and they rack up yet another round on the defender side. I think it's really important that we focus on what Lohan was saying before the game, and that the map pool feels to be in a good place for them right now, because when you counter that with Foot, they have the highest map win percent of any team in the league right now at 67. So, as I say before, they're very off meta with this Jet, and so again you go back to a rehearsed opening on A, but it's against that Gravnet once more.
Yeah, and the space taking Camo already deep on towards Rubble. The captain, he's TP'd all the way towards A heaven. This is a spot to work with.
I love this, just sensing that Liquid were trying to play this one forward, so he's right in the back lines and still they're searching.
All up top, well, it's worked out. Now Foot, how can they crunch into the remaining player that was in A main, now gone, Serial and Hobbit.
He can still hold the line here as well. There's one more sound sensor up towards stairs, so for the most part, knowing that Foot playing closer towards the site as things stand, Liquid flooding in through the backside, looking to bury a couple bodies on the way. Kiko the first of them, but Foot responding in kind. Zeus helping support as a captain, and now with twice the player numbers, Foot are starting to look elsewhere. They fire off in unison, putting Patatek in a 1 versus 4. A recovery on the rifle round, looking ever more likely.
Patty was a player last week who was able to have highlight moments. Will not have it here. As Foot are quickly able to respond. That's their first.
It's important that they get on the round nice and early here as well, because you're thinking if Liquid pick up the next, start to arrive at timeout territory. In terms of how they've been playing this defense, they're trying to get on the scene as quickly as possible, because you don't really want to be playing for a set retake with the utility that you have. In the current meta, it is just so oppressive a lot of the times trying to make those retakes happen. That's the first time that Foot engage with the A game and come out on top.
Foot now have ultimates in which they can work with. Big ones as well, thinking that Rolling Thunder and the Nightfall. Really good execute ultimates.
I like the way that Foot shift their focus as well towards this left-hand side of the map between C and B, pressuring main just a little bit to prevent those quicker rotations and the possibility of crunching through the revolving door. As you can see, there are 4 Liquid bodies on B, but they can't support Nats, and so he has to give the site up.
Spike a little bit delayed getting on towards this site. Could still be a fake, but Yetiji's just walked straight in towards a kill trap, and now the Nightfall invested, doubling down right now.
I mean, look at the disconnect. Mr. Fallen's not even on the scene just yet.
Yeah, well, we're even going to get an annihilation in. Liquid, spot on with the ultimates, spot on with the kills. Everything looks good. It looks great for a round 5 for Team Liquid.
Zeus caught in Serial's web and brought down to the ground. A player at the center of the strategy that we've seen brought to yet another defender's side. Lotus, a map which, when you go back and look at it for Liquid in recent times, has presented quite a lot of difficulty for them. I think to the 2 times that they played it in kickoff, from strong signs early on in that lower round against Heretics to then arriving at Masters on the international stage and not getting any more than 7 rounds against both of the Americas representatives. It has been in the workshop for a while, but this look, seemingly from player to player, fits their skill set exactly.
Well, Foot obviously not happy with losing 5 rounds of their lonely one. Calling a stop, looking to talk about things. And I mean, when you look at their composition, they're really struggling with A. And when you have a breach, when you have a Fade, the utility that they have, you would normally expect for them to thrive, being able to fight in that spot.
The 2 players with the most kill impact so far have been Atta Captain and Krax, and they both had a fantastic performance last week out. I think that felt like, you know, a watershed moment for me, at least, with Krax coming under fire a lot over the last year for maybe not living up to his 2023 performance. He's always a player who previously you were trading off the back of him, and I think that's why Zeus fits so nicely into this Foot side with a rifle in his hands rather than an operator. But you've got to be looking at the spacing in these next few rounds, because I think of that C execute that we just saw, and the spike was, you know, well out of harm's way, and there was no one else following up that initial push.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I thought it could potentially be a fake. I mean, we're back towards A side once again. Again, Foot being really respectful of the utility being put forward from Team Liquid. And then straight away, you get the barrier mesh down.
They found my wire.
Heavy investment from Liquid early on, because once that mesh is gone, it does start to pose question marks about what exactly is going on over here.
Yeah.
The dark cover doesn't allow the rubble cross.
I mean, that's the thing though, if Foot can wait out the utility and break the barrier mesh, coming back in should be easy enough. What utility does Team Liquid really have to win the second fight?
Stealth Drone does look to be the catalyst for this B main fight, engage onto Yetijay, but Foot are starting to take things elsewhere, bypassing the sound sensor. It's a quick skip and a hop from Zeus. With that B main pressure already put on and now players out in grass, there is a potential for a B split here. So Serial left alone in another isolated position could very quickly come under fire if it's not supported by a Liquid reaction.
Down allows the cross towards Hobbit. There is a sound sensor to work with and it will activate, buying some time. Camos come straight in, finding 3. The players in B main tried to escape, but they only escape into the forever box. It's an end zone flawless for Team Liquid.
That's a fantastic reaction from Liquid and exactly what you ask of them in that position. Serial so isolated as the B anchor, but the sound sensor does fantastic work. Again, we're commending him for his utility, a player who had picked up half of the field and was showing us some career firsts in terms of agent pool. Stepping into this roster, and so Camo and the rest will clean up. The threat was there, but it was an empty one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that we've got towards now the 8th round before Hobbit's really been poked and prodded towards. Finding out what the utility looks like towards this A side, and rather than placing just the barrier mesh right now, you can see Team Liquid looking to hang around because Foot tried to re-engage after the first fight last time.
We actually have a double sensor here as well, so if Zeus goes for that same dash, there's a chance he could get caught in the next. Not unless Camo can open up play once more. 11 and 7 for first duels in the previous series, a stat which he already added to massively. Patite will be cornered. The smoke should provide a safe passage for escape. So Foot back to square one with Sheriffs in their hands, unable to get past that first line of defense.
Yetaji still hanging around in B main. No, this is similar to what the last round is, so you can maybe see Team Liquid start to worry about that, but they don't need to because Serial's got an eye on A main. Now Foot slowly starting to head towards that C side, and this is where the Cypher setup is.
Trap if needed. Cam playing Overwatch and a paranoia in the hands of Kiko. This one should be as safe as ever if you're Liquid. Extra utility thrown in just to confirm it. Little laboured from Kiko, but Liquid letting loose and hauling it over the line once again.
Another red zone flawless as well. They're starting to add these together. Foot looking to really struggle on their own map pick as well.
You can see how vocal Nats is becoming after every passing round, feeling as if he's playing around with Foot, toying with them. You look at this map being their pick.
And I think as well with this map in particular that they've picked into, we've seen them struggle on it before, but let's look towards the A side once again.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like Foot are going for a particularly quick opening here, as the utility by itself is just commanding that respect, at least for another 40 seconds. Do finally invest back in, but it's a deeper line that Liquid have already taken.
Holding on. Ready.
It's another trap play.
Ultimate. Yeah, exactly. And there's going to be no escape. Usually players can try and jump out, but with the way the ultimate, you won't be able to do that. The cam for contact, everything looks perfect for Team Liquid.
To just bounce off what you said before, I mean, Foot had built on that overtime win against Koi, the huge comeback, but they struggled on the attack side massively with a more resounding result against Mates. But there are overbearing issues here, and you're starting to walk into another one. A trap play prepared from minute one. Camo holding on to the waylay ult. As soon as that cam hits a player, they're going to pull the pin.
Oh, here it is, thrown straight into the mix, and Yetaji has no way of escaping. Does Foot. The 3 players looking to re-engage, and still, though, look at this. Team Liquid out cleanly, and they're 2 to the good.
The spacing of the ults has been brilliant from Liquid. They do still have Kikos left here if you perhaps wanted to go check what the post-plant positions look like on B, but Foot are walking into an empty site. Liquid happy to give this one away, play with the numbers, and trade effectively. Foot need to take space if they want to give themselves any chance at recovering this.
Perhaps get one back in their favour.
You can't play on the site.
There's loads of players that are elsewhere, isolated. Camo, though, isolates one onto Mr. Fallen and gets another onto Atta Captain. Team Liquid are making this advantage grow round on round.
As I mentioned, while there are issues with the bigger picture, you look at the finer details as well. Even that situation, Foot locked in place when it came down to post. This was a nice aggressive move from Liquid, and another benefit to Foot not having any tape on their opponent when they're a team which, you know, like their opponent, like to feel out what the setup looks like.
And I really love the way that Team Liquid engage and disengage as well, using the wheelie, using the Omen to get out, and
Camo case in point, the light speed. Back to the A conversation.
I don't think it's been much of a conversation.
It's more of a monologue.
Yeah.
Liquid hogging the mic in karaoke bar as Foot have been silenced so far. Just the one round which they were able to pick up was an A play. That was dropping in behind with Atta captain, but he goes down on this occasion. And so Serial continuing to add to the Liquid first blood counter.
I have an idea that Serial has escaped in towards Hobbit. No more smokes though, so crossing through these angles is going to make things even more worrying. 3 players seen on the drone, while they don't get suppressed. Liquid now no actionable intel, and that's why you're starting to see Kiko move towards the A side of the map.
Also brings up another prior concern that Foot haven't really been able to scale very effectively at all here. Liquid conditioning so much of this space, and as you can see, Serial has a signature back up, the Gravnet in his hands. It's going to be a direct A execution, which we look for. Zeus, so many times, reliant for Foot to come up with the goods, and he'll finally deliver, but it's only one.
It's only one, and Kiko straight back in, and Team Liquid holding on to the advantage. Patty close by, Foot stuck towards the front of sight, stunned up. Kiko can't make good of his chance. Can Patty? No, he can't. Now, Serial into the mix, trying to find something. Nice does it instead! A 3K out of nowhere!
Dropping into the pit and leaving his elbows in there as well. Foot caught across the jaw, but not for the first time. That situation where they had a man advantage, but oh so quickly you overlook that position and immediately they get punished for it. Seemed like decent work to start things off. I mean, Zeus had opened up the site for them. They lacked this control, and if you didn't see it the first couple of times, it's Nat with the silent drop when the attention is bought by Serial. Between these two Sentinels, they've been doing everything.
Mr. Fallen and Crux now getting close to their own ultimates, and we're getting towards that latter stage of the first half where they're going to realistically need to be used now or in the next round. Utility through the A fight seems to be equal right now, although Camel's not done.
Huge kill for him because the refract is back up, so if he wants to keep getting aggressive, he can. Instead, Liquid are having bodies dropped on their doorstep, still warm. As Krax has managed to loosen Patek's grip on the A site hold, it's onto Camo to do it all.
At least to get something there. It's not going to work out. This is a 2v2 though. That's a rifle upgrade. This is not looking good.
And both initiators have their ultimates, so if you want to respond to any initial contact, you could. It's Nats again, and Kiko, the smoker from the big smoke, sending it home.
I mean, Kiko, Nats, Cats as they've been nicknamed.
It's a 1-2 punch.
Every time, man. But it's not only that. It's the old guard from last year coming up when it's needed, right? I mean, they've been the highest performers on average on this roster.
Something the Liquid have been thinking about a lot, those long-term ambitions. This win, of course, a big step towards the top of the group, and bad news for BBL in the process. But it's a team that we haven't seen make back-to-back internationals since Champs 2023, last year, an absentee. So now the final round of the half has 8 ultimates. I'd like to see the analyst dash try and break this one down. It could get chaotic.
This is the time where we get to mention Kadro.
Oh, that was my job.
Although Team Liquid have went and cleared out B main, being proactive. They've done this the past couple of rounds. We saw them get a pick in the last one. This time round, they have just poked their head out, cleared it, and Foot have scaled all the way up on A in the meantime.
Look at the setup. It is traps towards backside, so Nats is ready for these duels. Beyond the cage, he's dropped in and spotted. Zeus knows about it. It's about to go down.
Oh, this is a really nice Armageddon. It's just spot space. There's so much utility back and forward.
Voice line after voice line.
Yeah.
Spike down A.
But it's Liquid when the dust settles that pick up all the pieces. They've managed to deny all that space from Foot. I mean, it was the Armageddon which has done the heavy lifting, and so back to B they go. It's another 4v2. This time, I want to see them take some ground. You can't sit idle, or Liquid will make this 11.
But Yetiji is watching towards heaven. At the same time, Camel walked in towards Waterfall.
Big 1v1 in that position. Atta Captain needs to do something here to give Foot any kind of a platform. The infallible form that they previously posted is looking like a completely different conversation today. Atta Captain, first of those kills. Yetiji in support, but it's Serial at the death as he starts to write out Foot's own obituary. 11 rounds in one half, taking their total in the last couple sky high. Welcome back. You join us in what could be a very short second half, something that you and I seem to have gotten used to. A couple of 12-0s and now an 11-1. But if you think back, one of those was literally the last map that Liquid played. They've won 23 out of their last 24 Defenders-sided rounds. This double Sentinel has been such a good look, but for Foot, on their own map pick, so much work to be done to recover this.
One thing to note was when Team Liquid moved on to the attack, when they played double Sentinel on Ascent, they were only able to win 20% of rounds, right? They struggled on their attack. Can they make good of that this time round? Sure, they only had to play a couple, right, to finish out the map, but you get the idea.
Zeus will have to siphon powers from the skies above, and it starts in the worst way possible instead. Camo's the lightning as the electricity flows through his veins, taking all power for himself. It's a 4-kill opener with Serial shutting it down. The pistol over in an instant as it's an in-zone flawless.
It seems like Team Liquid week to week are getting stronger and stronger, and I think it's embodied by Camo now stepping up to the plate. 22-6, an absolute madness in the opening round. And Foot, well, they're going to try and bring out a couple of stingers, heavy shields, something to work with in this potential last round. Look at this A fight and the amount of bodies there.
No point saving any credits. Camo right out the gate, another kill added to the tally. Heads starting to roll as Foot have fallen well short of the mark here. They trail in players, in rounds, in bloody everything right now.
On the defense, where do you even try and go, right? Where do you even try and find something back in the conversation?
Looks like it might be into the Outlaw. Mr. Fallen, at the very least, had a cam towards C and also the trapwire to play off. So there is information towards the other side of the map. If you have any hope of Foot finding this one, it is coming from a hero play. And as Mr. Fallen gets his fault line back up, it's a full utility belt to try and challenge. Can't wait for Yetiji. Has to take matters into his own hands, the captain.
Up close and personal. Camel was already low. Disengages to get the reload off. As the players walk forward, they'll collect another. The last player remains for Foot is Yetaji.
Coming back from Masters, Liquid, having played more rounds than any other team in the region, only just shy of the 2 finalists from Bangkok. But as that development process continues, it seems like they've found another winner. 13-1 on Lotus, a dominant display as Liquid look to return to form with a very clean performance.
It was extremely clean, Hazza. And with that being said, though, we'll need to see if they can be as clean as we move into map number 2.
That's not fair, man. I don't know how you think it. Me? That was crazy. Bro, these guys are not farting.
Hey, Camille.
Yeah?
Wait, Eamon's going bold.
He is going bold anyway. Bro, I'm not getting fair in this game. No, he is going bold anyway, trust me. Okay, boys.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clutch this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress away, I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy,
Hello, welcome back. 13-1 the score on Foot's map pick for Team Liquid.
Yeah,
This
all I'm
is
going to say,
incredible. Yes.
Hazza and Cairo, they've casted a 12-0 half, a 12-0 half, and now a 11-1 half.
What's in the script?
I'm just saying, I'm seeing the problem.
They're the problem.
Wait, the problem?
Yeah. I want close games.
They're all good games. Like, that was a good game.
Okay, listen, I was about to say, like, close doesn't necessarily mean good. That can get very muddy. I love the display of sheer and utter dominance. And that's what we saw here. I mean, this was prep work at its finest. Team Liquid came prepared. They had such a good read on everything Foot was doing.
Yeah, clearly that quote from earlier did mean,
it did mean a lot.
Even though he had less time, whatever preparation they did was incredible. And I think even just starting off with some of those retakes was something that really impressed me. Like going into like how they would utilize their ultimates. I think we saw it multiple times, like kicking things off with the Waylay ult in combination with having some of the salvos, which just means that some of the players can't move, they try and move, and they just get wrecked. Yeah. And it just gave them easy openers. The space taking from Camo was fantastic on the way back in, and even when you have a superstar as good as Zeus, sometimes that's not enough.
Yeah, it was crazy as well. Not just that, but then you've got the... Oh, my brain just went crazy. Sorry, Deadlock. Yeah, I want to say Killjoy. It's not Killjoy. The Deadlock ult, but even just the Deadlock utility that they used the whole time was just not what we expected. And it was crazy. We're going to have a look at that in a bit. But again, yeah, the ult coming through, that with everything else on these retakes has just been so solid. And it was on high impact round as well. You know, the ones that Foot needed to win, the gun rounds, the ones that could have, you know, got him a bit more confidence, got him a few more rounds on the board. Every single time, TL came ready with a game plan that they hadn't even shown yet. And Foot had nothing to do against it. And that's on Foot's map pick.
Exactly.
It's where they need to start getting these wins. We were expecting a crazy game, and it was just not in the way we expected.
This is crazy, and honestly makes me very happy. Also, Waylay Stong's all-time high now, obviously.
That was definitely the best Waylay performance we've seen. Not even close. But what I first want to talk about is what we've seen from Serial. Because I think that what they managed to do with that deadlock was really impressive. This looked like a direct counter to everything Zeus was doing. You run the same comp a few times in a row, but they had the early net salvos to make sure nobody could get out. Then they pushed forward. They put deep sensors onto the walls. So if he's going to try and escape out of this position, he wants to dash across to rubble.
Yeah.
But if he dashes, he gets immediately stunned. And then if nobody challenges them after a while, they just wall it off and leave. So it meant that there was no way they could lose that space. And this has been a part of the map which is always contested, always rotated to, and they can cut it off for a serious amount of time just because of that utility. They made it impossible for Foot to do anything. The strat that Foot were kind of doing, they had with CNED as well, where it's like, he's going to dash in and wreck people. Wait, if he dashed in, he'd get wrecked.
Yeah, Foot is known, you know, their identity is go forward. You know, they have those flashes, they have that jet. We were saying, oh, there's no flashes on TL, might be a little bit awkward with the Waylay. But didn't matter because they weren't allowed to go forward. The double senti was too strong, and the fact we were even asking questions about Serial, like he wasn't really showing us his best game in the last couple of weeks, but we got to show why he's here, and it's that utility. It's just been a great utility player, and it allowed them to get that like the early presence on the map.
But he also, like, he had to roll swap for this. Not only is he upgrading to tier 1, so obviously the competition is much steeper, he also has to roll swap, slotting to a new team. That's a lot to adjust to. So yeah, obviously your performance will have a tiny little dip there. Now, speaking of performances, we did talk about Zeus in the pre-show here, and like we know what numbers Zeus can drop. But this time, it was the other side. Camo had a phenomenal game.
Well, yeah, these are the stats before we came into today. So looking at it, we said that Zeus was that #1 performer globally, like including all of the regions. He was top on ACS, and Camo was bottom 3 within EMEA. I'd like to switch things up in a moment. I think we're going to show a few clips of everything that Camo was doing, but then we'll show the stats afterwards. Camo was truly absurd.
He was red hot.
He was able to do. Yeah, he was just running riot.
I've like never seen a performance like this. What was he? He got like 9 kills in the first 3 rounds or something like that, and it just kept on going up and up and up. And everyone else around him, you know, they're all great players, but the fact that he was able to be set up into all these positions, he's on that Waylay without flashes, using, you know, the dash just to get the info, disappear, go back in on a nice little retake. There was so many moments where he just had this crazy effectiveness and was able to show his mechanical prowess on the Waylay and show us that it is a viable agent. You know, people have used it, hasn't been super successful, but as you said, this is why it's successful, because he was hitting everything. Even the second half, they needed to win that pistol to close it out quickly. They did that. He just looked like so much better than everyone else there, and that is the flip. Camo might even be making it, you know, onto that global best performance, I guess, for the week.
Well, look at the damage per round. He's almost at 2 kills a round, 299
this is
in damage.
Like, that's actually insane.
That's ridiculous. Like, that's one of the best performances I think we've seen. But also, this is the guy we were kind of promised. Like, when you go back to camo on Koi. Like, we looked at that Koi roster last year, similar to this year, and went, it's not particularly good, but he was a shining star.
Yeah.
Coming into Liquid, he wasn't the shining star. Kiko had great performances. You could say the same, obviously, all the time for Nats. We're waiting to see, when are we going to get that Koi camo? Well, today I think we saw it.
Yeah, this was an incredible performance, obviously across the board. That's why we ended with a 13-1. So yeah, there's a bit of stats padding there. If your team is rolling the opposition like that, then naturally the numbers are going to look pretty good. Now we're heading into Team Liquid's map pick. So of course the big question is, what will we see on Split? Team Liquid won that versus M80 in week 1. We saw them on you know, Astra, Fade. What else did I have? Like
we got the Cracks Raise. This is going to be a fun one. You got Zeus back on the chamber, especially starting off on that defense, chance to really get aggressive in your opponent's face. And this is going to be a fun map because it's the opposite of what we've just seen. This is Foot trying to reinvent a composition that didn't really work for them.
It's the full rework. We were talking about Cracks and how he's the best on the KO, one of the best players on the KO that we've seen. And Split is a map where you usually bring a KO in. They're going KO list. They got the Sky there as the flashes. Cracks is going to be bringing the firepower with the Zeus firepower in a different way on the Senti. And then Liquid as well. They're bringing what's worked, right? They got that win 13-6 over Gentlemates. And last time Foot played, they needed the rework. They got bang 13-4 against Vitality over in kickoff. So let's see what they've been cooking, because they have to be cooking something here.
Oh yeah, we gotta eat. We gotta eat in this one if we're Foot esports fans. So let's see what they bring to the table on Split. So for all the action, we're gonna send it over to Haza and Cairo.
Yeah, that's the question, man. Like, how much have Foot cooked for us? You know, are we getting an early dinner and a 2-0 for Liquid? Or is there more left on the table?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely experimentation, right? And you look towards Foot as this team that's fundamentally sound. A lot of the comps don't really go towards new metas, etc., right? But I mean, this right here, I don't even know where to go with it.
Yeah, I think the difference with this map in comparison to the previous is that now Foot are the ones with the ball in their court. It might not be their pick, but it slipped through the veto for a reason. There is preparation there. We saw how good the ante was from Gentlemates against Liquid. They weren't able to get the full value from it though. Lost both pistol rounds, costly conversions, and for anyone on Nat's watch, it is just 2 kills, so this could be the round.
Massive milestone for him to reach, but for this map, we look towards mid for the first round. Foot taking early space towards mid, hiding behind the smoke, but Team Liquid patient with the smoke being down.
Time to jump. Camo just placing the TP. There is an aggressive crossfire held here as he'll be the first player to go through. Double clear of the smoke, no footsteps heard, and a few more prepared. Here is the fake out.
Crossfire as well to work with, but running straight back into the nade. Atta Captain takes loads of damage there.
Recovering it.
At the same time, though, Team Liquid get the space that they're looking for.
You have to wonder, are Foot going to re-clear mid later into the round? Because we've hit the 1 minute mark. You do still have Mr. Fallen operating in this area. And you look in terms of utility, he does still have 1 flash available. That drops in. Would have been heard by Nats on the way over towards A.
The fact that Foot have re-cleared that question mark in mid, now they can start to lean heavier towards one of the sides. It's going to be A. And while Cracks is standing the test that Team Liquid put forward, an advantage with Spike down on the ground. How do Team Liquid try and rescue this from the grasp of Foot? It seems like it should be Kiko to do it. Spike on the ground picked up.
It's only going to go for a tap, trying to bait Foot back in. They don't have any extra utility to challenge him with here, but he does have a nade for a little more space.
So if 10 seconds left. Get a chance to use it. It looks like it's going to come down to the gunfight. Both players looking to swing and win out the pistol.
Foot's first pistol round in this series. Liquid finding both in what was a Lotus to forget. And immediately on this defender's side as well, it becomes such a priority when you want to build up your empire, expand the economy. This looks like such an isolated round when you watch it back on the replay. It's players going 1 for 1, but it's a confidence builder more than anything if you're Foot.
And you can see the interactions in mid as well, which I think was really important for that initial round, with the fact that Team Liquid trying to create that question mark, but Foot holding on to utility to clear that out. Very aggressive start from Team Liquid as they move in towards the A side, but Camel being caught by a boom bot.
Liquid just going for the direct approach. They're halted for only a moment. It's Camo's TP, which crosses the line, but for already to have bodies rotated here. Mr. Fallen uses Sky Flash and Garage right at the start of the round. You've got a trademark placed in middle as well, so there is comfort in terms of this setup, and Liquid are yet to explore other avenues.
I mean, this is something we've seen from a few teams, like just give up heaven, play towards the site. Trademark being destroyed, so it's another question mark created by Team Liquid here.
Trailblazer invested, absent from the pistol round, but now available to be used. It's time of the essence if you're Liquid. That's the only player left towards the tower. Head-to-head on Yetijay's Viper.
He has a spike.
Does have the spike, needs to win this duel. That would have been the landmark kill if he could have picked it up, but not happening. Foot erasing Liquid on this round and putting history behind them as they look forward with an in-zone flawless.
Big round to double up in the fashion in which they did, right? Now this bonus round looks so much better, and Team Liquid need to be careful about the angles which Foot can try and push themselves onto. You're looking at Zeus with a Marshall, for instance. Yes!
Let's go!
In terms of Liquid's composition and how they want to try and play this coming into the gun round, we haven't really seen the synergy tying up Kiko and Camo just yet. The one flashes that you do have, the double dive as it has been put before. Bit of variation with the Yoru, of course. It again explored, and as the fake out isn't broken, that is the trademark dispensed of.
Foot need to be more active, holding on to these angles. And, well, Team Liquid looking to send it in, although they've not thought about Zeus playing from middle, looking to try and post this one home, but instead picks up a rifle. The players don't know about his position, and Kiko walks straight into his arms. 2 entry kills for Foot.
It's constant layering of control utility in mid as well, which is keeping Liquid at arm's length as Nats just still can't find a single kill here.
It's the awareness that Liquid keep getting caught off guard by, right? Like not noticing the positions that Foot could have potentially crossed to, caught off guard by off angles.
That's exactly what you're looking to try and bring to the bonus round. Some direction, something which we've complimented Liquid on before in terms of
30
their
seconds
strategy,
left.
how both Lohan and Yeltsin are heavily involved in terms of the setup.
Yeah.
Nats as well. I think you're talking about a player here who is a very vocal lurker in this sense, because it's not often that your IGL is going to be pulling the strings from the other side of the map. And I think that is beneficial in some senses when you have someone like Serial on the Astra again, when you have that conversation about his micro and his utility. Not as much management when you're in that position. You get a wider look at things, but not finding the value from that so far. So Foot will convert the bonus and keep all of the rifles that come with it.
Team Liquid, though, keeping on their hands on 2, in which they can try and make this round, or this half-buy, a little bit more dangerous. You're looking at this economy state, and it's a bit tumultuous, especially for Team Liquid being on the attack. They haven't got the spike down at all, right? So that's another issue that's going to hinder their economy and moving forward into the rounds.
Vandal in the hands of Patitek here. Both him and Serial have taken the hit. They are the A players, and with the spike drop just outside it, they're kind of hoping, look, if we can win a duel, then maybe there's half a chance. Placement of the smoke means that the trademark isn't broken, so Kiko invests a blast pack, and with that knowledge in mind, Foot know that mid is overloaded yet again. Constant cycling of the utility. As soon as the poison cloud goes down, it's the dark cover that comes back up from Atacaptain.
Locked all the way up by the wall, and Patitek, one of the few rifles, has managed to find cracks. Yetijay, though, fills back in the space, using their own wall to try and get onto the angle, which they'll be able to use. Now Nats moves in, Yetijay under fire. He's got 2, but giving away rifles to Team Liquid in which they can work with.
Such a big round to turn the odds in their favor. A costly conversion if they're able to do it, and Camo will add to that. Atacaptain scurrying through ramp. Those steps should have been heard, and so Serial will ferry precious cargo over previously troubled waters, now cleared up,
30
and Camo
left.
recollecting a rifle as well. Everyone supported and the orb picked up just to min-max things a little further.
Audibles have been held, that's why Camo repositioned. Kiko holding the crossfire. Worried about CT, where that captain could have went, and well, Kiko will send this one home. The Sheriff's doing the work, the rifles chipping in. Team Liquid getting there first.
Liquid reading this macro fairly well on this round. That toxic screen that goes up just allows them to pinch the players through vents. It was a nice catch they were able to find onto Yetije. Just more individual heroics, right? I think Kiko and Camo are only seeing headshots right now. Kiko, the highest percentage of that statistically of any player other than at a captain, I believe it is.
Heavier towards the B side, creating pressure in which team, Foot need to try and respond to. Still not fully committed just yet, having to use the snake bite to get some delay. Now this creates a question mark as Team Liquid move away.
Players in a dangerous position here to explode on the site. It's a slight correction. Kiko second to Sugetsu, as notorious as he has been. You're talking about a young duelist here who's already proven his worth on the role in this team, as he was last year.
Foot are doing really well to use the sky to go and clear out any space that they're worried about players to be in. Straight into the site, Kiko gets the first.
It's with the showstopper as well, so counts for nothing there as Nat crosses the threshold. It's at a captain with 2 back. A 3 versus 2 situation. It favors Liquid for now.
A spike plan in the position it is in default. I mean, Team Liquid have to play on the site.
Looking to try and fight towards Garden as well. It's Kiko first contact and Patek falling back to the pillar. Nat's curious of the potential flank coming in. Kiko locking things down and Nat getting himself yet another. That'll make it 1,501. Took him a few rounds, but he got there in the end.
Big milestone to reach. It's crazy considering how long Nats has been around. The fact he's hitting something like that. You're starting to see Liquid are really getting an idea for how Foot want to play around the map. Nice entries on towards B, cutting off rotates as well. Nats doing excellently.
I imagine he himself won't be aware of the statistic, but congratulations to Nats. Plenty of Liquid fans in the house to celebrate that, but it's cut short, of course. There's a game at hand and already into Garage. Foot will go. Cracks in the corner. He has a way to get out, but Zeus does as well. Here's a little easier. Kiko with the punish. Camo in behind. Liquid arriving on the B site. There's still bodies here, but they're just the next ones on the chopping block. Yetije holds, but not for long enough. And so the party is back on. Liquid in the house.
1v1. Lats is trying to see if they can go and hunt for this last remaining rifle. That economy that we were worried about has well and truly been bolstered. Mr. Fallen needs to be careful not to give away his rifle.
First of those does go onto Nats. It was a strong start to the map from Foot. You convert the bonus, but then you lose that thrifty round, the eco, the half buy, whichever way you want to call it. It's a backbreaker mentally, especially when you look at how Liquid were able to convert momentum on Lotus to a point where it got out of hand completely.
Yeah, and I think for me, talking about Foot and the wider kind of game plan, exactly. I mean, thinking back to the Gentlemates game, right, and the way that that happened, I personally felt as if Foot maybe got a little bit outclassed, like strategically, in how they played that series. It was the individuals that were able to carry them to the finish line, and when those individuals don't turn up, what has Foot got to rely upon to fall back on? And I feel as if right now, it's the same thing, right? Team Liquid are starting to outclass Foot in the strategic department, and the individuals aren't there to back it up.
That's the concerning part, and it's been a long-term talking point with this Foot team. You talk about it being a roster which have aspirations for being a top team, both domestically and internationally, but it's not the latter without the former. They've never made a VCT EMEA Grand Final, always just held before they can make that top cut. always another team which we see at that second Masters event of the year when you open it up to the top 3 teams. So it's not exactly like they're far off the pace, but even when you consider last year and them making their deepest run in Shanghai, you then go to Champs and it's your lowest ever placement at an international event. And that comes back to the strategic conversation when you look at some of these other squads.
100% agree, and I think for me, like, Foot are always trying to evolve, but they're not completely changing what the team looks like. Bit by bit, piece by piece, brick by brick, and the problem is though, is we're not seeing the improvement in the server.
At its core, it's a team that won VRL finals in 2022.
Yes.
We had to get the Challengers reference in for the broadcast, but you understand it completely. Both Gaius and Sway saying their piece from the coach slot during the timeout, both with contract extensions last year. It goes back to what we're saying, that constant evolution of this Foot team.
Who's next?
Try to take a couple steps forward. Could they be put back another in the process? Liquid on the offensive. This one, the gun round. It's a dimensional drift from Camo that puts him right in front of the rest. And with the combo utility, he'll take backside control.
Team Liquid looking to back up, backfill the space that was created. His Foot immediately to fight back. An advantage in which they can trade down from. Team Liquid making their way on and doing well, or so you thought. Foot straight back into this one as the answer. Liquid's 3 in a row.
Mr. Fallen has just let the dogs out, man. The whole zoo is off the leash. Birds, dogs, it's all flying in the face of Liquid. Well, Sky, as an agent, you know, some of that utility can be a bit telegraphed.
Yeah.
It just kind of holds them there. And after that initial piece that we see come out from them, you know, the strap book, the Valor plant, whatever you want to call it, getting Camo in backside, there wasn't a second layer. It's a very straightforward response from the defenders, but an effective one.
Look towards this looks like a set piece here. As the barriers drop, Paranoia being held. Would have seen the Fate Prowler and the TP, but they decided to cancel it. No, straight in. I mean, it looks like Foot are just going to miss their opportunity here, although Zeus does get Camo.
And while Camo is dead, it means that Krax is actually able to just hold on to this space himself, someone that we so often see on an Initiator. Now free roam on the duel list and locking Liquid in to the B tower. Up into the apartment block they go with the intent to hit the site.
It's whether you're locked in with Liquid or Foot's the one that's locked in, and it looks like it's going to be Foot that's caught. Liquid now looking to continue forward. The Viper's pit deep in. As Zeus tries to go and catch a player off guard, which does not work out. Krax now has to try and clutch up a 1 versus 3.
You're looking for Nats here if you can find him. I mean, players are low. The nade would have been nice. There's a star on the spike, and you're out of options if your name is Krax.
Yeah, I mean...
How is he still alive?
I don't know. The fact he's decayed all the way down, it should be so easy to collect. And it is. Team Liquid making sure to keep things even.
Serial sees that one, he's like, what, for free? Easy pickup. So Liquid lock the scoreline at 4-4. And while Foot are coming on to some pretty impactful ultimates here, a pit of their own, I'm looking at that tour de force in the hands of Zeus, and I have to say, this chamber so far has been very quiet. Last time we saw it played was back against Fnatic. I think it was at kickoff. And so, it's not something he has loads of reps on, but when you talk about him as a player and player profile, he's not like a CNED. He does like the rifle in his hands. We don't see him op all too often.
We're going to see it this round, tour de force being used to hold that line of sight from heaven. Same time though, look at Team Liquid, they're so passive in this round.
You are divided!
Dog is doing God's work at just clearing out middle. This is why you pick the Sky, you want the info. Yetajay gets it through a face check, and it's a rough procedure that he goes through. Scarred as he drops back. Zeus holding on to heaven. And that's where Foot hold on to hope. I mean, look at how late this attacking rotation is through middle.
looking to maybe have an ace up the sleeve late into the round, but so other Team Liquid can actually hold on to the site in the meantime.
Yeah, Foot just haven't read the situation, so they're slow to re-engage themselves. This double-pronged backstab prepared, hovering above their shoulder blades, whether they know it or not. It's accounting getting another kill in the time being, and so now the penny drops, and as Zeus swivels his head, he drops to the ground as he's filled with lead. Patitek one back, and now there's really a chance, but the defuse coming in, Serial buying time, smoke to deny visual. It's a hit and hope, and those shots in the dark simply won't land. Foot restoring their lead in the rifle buy.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, they build the round, right? But they're building it with a house of cards. They're trying to have it multi-layered, but it just falls flat on their face. I understand what they're trying to do. It is clearly obvious, right? But as Foot take the sight away from Liquid, they just do not have what it takes to hold on to that spike. And from there, yeah, like it's one of those things, right? Bringing it to like a Haven comparison, you never play from long if smokes are up. You don't play from far away if you know that Foot can get a smoke onto the spike.
Another purchase for both teams. This one a big swing round, not too much money left on both. But Cracks can add to the coffers a couple extra coins. And more importantly, the early advantage in this round. The information circling back to Mr. Fallen. The flash to re-engage onto Heaven, keep Liquid at arm's length.
Well, Liquid have got the space, yes, you've lost Kiko. It's what a Foot's response right now. Going to clear out towards the A main side and take deep space. You should know that Liquid are still hanging around, and well, Cracks definitely can confirm that.
It's a scary realization, but still Liquid yet to be posted that eviction notice. The final of the flashes coming out for Mr. Fallen, clearing towards Garage. Foot, as much as they have an affiliation with the Fade, less tools to work with now as there is the Sky and the comp, and they've not got the info.
Team Liquid running out of time. They need to commit to something, and it looks like it's the B side. A player in towards Rafters, found out, Serial gets that pick. Still though, Mr. Fallen's coming in late. He could get the perfect timing right now, and Liquid haven't thought about it. Activated at the right time. Still though, they keep their heads even. 3-3 right now.
Seeker's coming out, but no capitalization, only Mr. Fallen there. Zeus finally following it up, but a 2-on-2 situation, the rotation only coming in now.
You look at to where Patitek's going, he's escaped in towards CT. Something to work with as Foot come into the site. A 2 versus 1 where Camel needs to stand tall and does so. Yetiji still holding on to Heaven, but as Patitek comes in, Camel clears it out, and we are still neck and neck.
But all the while we hit the status quo. I mean, this advantage is with Liquid. It's favoring them as the rounds go on. I mean, you look at the timeline, that's now 5 from the last 7 which they found, and it's another round where Camo is just laser accurate with this Vandal in his hands. I mean, look at that one tap onto Zeus. I know Zeus's Twitter app has one tap in it, but I think Camo's actually just asked him to take it out.
Yeah, mate, 100%. Well, look at this buy that's coming through from Foot right now. It's not looking good, and it's not looking good in the round either.
Yeah, this one is over before it really gets started at all. Rotations being heard by Patty, and so, I mean, Liquid are presented with options here. You can rotate back towards B, you know that the site is free. Instead, they're just allowing Patitek to take his timing, be the Joker, the backstab in play. Foot can threaten the site control with this utility though, and already that begins through Mr. Fallen.
Getting through in towards Elbow, Patitek now coming in, but Mr. Fallen has put this round on his back, and he only needs to go up against 2, so both players need to play together. And while Patitek was ready to swing off Nats' contact, that will be 6 Hazard.
It's like a one-way mirror, that spike plant, because you have this slight feeling that, okay, maybe I could stick for half here, maybe I have a little bit more security because there's no Liquid players watching, but they could be right around the corner, and that's the scary part. I mean, it's great damage from Foot on this round.
Who just walked up.
They had all angles held, as Serial says. The backstab from Patitek was brilliant as well. Now Foot doubling down on this A-hold. They have 3 players here ready to fight.
Yeah, well, you look at Liquid, they've got 5 and they're ready to send it forward with all the ultimates that they have in pocket. Don't account for Yetiji playing in the corner, and Camo so deep to think about elbow. Well, they do now, after the players walk in, out of nowhere. It will be 6-6 at the half.
And it is a strong recovery of the situation for Liquid, but is that going to be enough? We'll have to find out in the second half. Liquid's map pick tied at the half, and while they found both of the pistol rounds on Lotus to kick things off, Foot have their first, and if they find their second, it's going to be the second time consecutively on Split that Liquid won't have picked up a single.
Yeah, that is worrying. For me, how does Foot look like on the attack, right? How do they implement this chamber in towards this map? Is that going to be luck, or is Yetiji on the Viper going to be lurking round? Need to see, as it looks like the chamber is going straight to mid. Viper all alone on A side.
This is an area where Zeus can have commanding effects. Headhunter into the pistol is always a valuable addition, worth its weight in gold or credits, whichever way you flip it. Liquid on their defender's side against Gentlemates last time, they really struggled to get proactive and clear together. Group up in the latter stages of the round, and with 30 seconds gone, it's still looking all too individual. Kiko, what can you do?
Looking to play anti-flash. As the flash comes through, the players don't look. Kiko, the perfect timing! It goes even all across the board.
The reason why we maybe don't see the sky too often is so easily countered. Kiko well read, and Camo following through.
I mean, Spike noted you heard the sound cue coming through, but Camo's thinking about another peek. Flash in hand, it comes out, the players both come through, and look at this serial out of nowhere.
A different man with every passing day. Improvement series to series. And I think it's an important point to raise that first series that you see from him is never going to be the be-all and end-all. It's the second and then the third. Are you eager enough to make those developments? And in terms of the team performance here as well, I think it's so key to note that Liquid want to re-aggress mid later in the round, and they're doing it together rather than by themselves.
I mean, Nats is at the bottom of the leaderboard for this map. It's not every day you can say that.
Well, yeah, he heard that he was on for, what, 1,500 kills? And jokes aside, someone who's qualified to 5 international events, up against an IGL who's qualified to 4. But he himself, an ex-Masters winner, Nats, so those are the levels to this game that we're talking about.
Ships in the night, you look at the both players in A main and how they're right next to each other, but as the players explode in towards mid, Nats is just straight in with a triple!
And when I talk about that experience, you translate it to the round itself, Nats was prepared to turn his head and play anti there. Rinse and repeat from Foot, and all too readable, while Yetiji is going to manage to wrap around vents. This area of the map is still constricted by Liquid control.
But they're responding to this pressure. Look, they know that the players for Team Liquid are still in mid. Sorry, for Foot are still in mid. So they're going and taking B main.
They're staying active, and that's exactly what we asked of them coming into this map. The longer that Foot lie around in middle, the quicker this can become a very impactful flank rather than just a reconnaissance mission.
I think for me as well, where does Camo go here? How does he link up with the remaining players that are now in mid for Team Liquid?
It's a secure plant, safe towards the pillar. That's where Foot will go. A rifle recovered in the hands of Yetterjay. Liquid with 3 of those coming into the retake. Deep positioning Yetterjay. That's a captain trying to push the envelope though.
Oh, 3 players for Liquid in heaven. Looks like a captain tries to escape. Finds something in which he can work with, but instead it's Liquid that are working with the dead body of Ata Captain Yetterjay, who's been so good in this round, can't quite get anything more. And Team Liquid will convert the anti-eco.
Well, it's not the most comfortable of rounds from Liquid, despite the fact they had a killer set up in mid yet again. They do still hold on to a couple of rifles into the bonus, so at the very least you've hit that baseline. This is what I'm talking about. The cast time on the Sky Flash is one of the reasons why we saw it, you know, fall out of favor when we had double wall meta back in 2023 with the Harbor.
You know though, like, when that smokes up, you're going to want to try and flash out, right? So Kiko playing the anti-flash is so good.
And Nats just does the same.
Sorry, Nat, yeah.
Both of them. Valid conversation to be had.
How many times are Foot going to fall foul to that position?
Oh, it's a mid-fight early. Zeus and Camo locking horns. Zeus getting the better of him, but rifle back to Nats, so no harm, no foul as far as he's concerned. A chance to add a couple kills more to the tally. He'll do it, signing off on the death waiver of Mr. Fallen. As Liquid have leverage in this area of the map right now.
Although, Foot now, as they start to head towards a Liquid, both players, both site anchors towards this side are playing more passive towards the back. They realistically won't get a first engagement.
And that's where we saw a masterclass from Na'Vi on their defender side yesterday.
Yes.
In these situations, playing super passive, just inviting the space, playing for that retake as the defenders as a group. And something else, just getting the elbow cross. That's what Serial's going to do. Box in with the gravity well. But he can't capitalize, and so Patty's only got a ghost. His work's cut out for him. What are you going to do? Just fall to the ground. Very bodied in the back sight. And now Foot have the advantage.
Advantage of time. Liquid, they don't have the advantage of weaponry though.
That's with the rifle in hand. Kiko with a satchel. A chance for him to close the gap, and if the captain can capitalize, then that's your way back through. This avenue currently guarded by just one, but it's Ada Captain that stands as the gatekeeper. Foot holding the line and bringing us right back within just the round.
Very, very close affair between the two. And again though, Foot are struggling with mid. They can't quite win this out. The re-engagement, really nice from Team Liquid.
This is another 4 versus 2 as well, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it does feel like a slight individual error from Serial. This is a conversation which I mentioned before. I'm not really sold on his Astra just yet. When it's such a micro-heavy agent and you're trying to play around with that utility, you lose the focus on your gun, right? You're so focused on all these different things, and yeah, it's only his 3rd official playing the agent. A lot on his plate. And then, you know, just swinging out solo mid-site against the last 2 players probably not going to help, but
I think that comes down to inexperience, right? And being disciplined. Back to mid, Foot go. And look at Liquid, they've got plenty of bodies here.
Another rifle round as well. And Liquid are on their last few pennies, so this one has to stick. Nats doesn't need the rest of his team. Zeus, again, a player who just goes straight in and fights on his lonesome. With a TP, he'd feel safe, but no rendezvous required. It's Camo that backtracks after finding Yetterjay and putting them up by 2 players. They couldn't convert from this position last time, and they do it here.
Sure, Nats will be telling the boys to be playing together. TP in towards CT. Kiko would have heard this, and he knows spot on. There you go. Last two remaining for Foot, go in towards Heaven.
And now it's a 5-on-2, and those weapons are hot if you're Liquid.
Ready and rearing to go. That Seize doesn't quite catch Mr. Fallen, although thought he was well within the circumference.
Sure what utility Patitek had, but wasn't able to fall back on it. Instead, the support of the site players is all that he needs. 9 for Liquid. Just 4 away from securing a 2-0 and a 2-1 record in this group, which is really heating up.
Yeah, it completely opens up the group as well if Team Liquid are able to win this. We essentially go into what could be a 3-way tie if Foot were to win it.
As the timeout comes through, I think it's important that we hold that conversation for a little bit longer, because while Koi being defeated yesterday means that nobody can lock their position in playoffs just yet, it's that race for the top spot which is that much more important. When you look at the way the stage is formatted, having 4 teams from either group now as we move to a 12-team league, is that you only need to win 1 best of 3 as the top seed to get to Toronto.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, we're starting to get to crunch time in the group stage right now. And with this being such an important game, like the top seeds starting to play against each other, there's so much importance and micro details.
And you think of the pecking order as well within the region right now. Your Heretics, your Vitalities of the world near the top end. Liquid taking that final spot at Bangkok, but then proving to us that it wasn't a fluke, that they can respond when they have a little bit more time to prepare. That's the kind of spot that Foot wanted to find themselves in. Yes. And now we're seeing that be usurped from them.
And I mean, you've got to remember back towards kickoff, this was a match that in the playoffs was so important, and Liquid came out on top when it mattered. Right now, this could matter a whole bunch for qualification and towards the next Masters and for the whole group. Foot looking to be a little more direct towards the A side as lots of utilities forward.
But no real follow-up from it, and so they're still on square one in terms of space. That's where Liquid want to re-engage back towards the Sheriff, and the showstopper, the perfect counter. Patitek guarding this smoke with his life as they jump into the crosshair. It's only 1 kill. Kiko, a couple back though, and that should put a bow on it for now. Double digits, ready and waiting, so long as Yetajay doesn't have anything to steal the show.
It would be spectacular.
At
the same time though, as it isn't equal, right? Foot didn't have a great buy coming into this one. Maybe you would imagine the coaching staff of Foot would be talking about the next round. That's where the real challenge comes in for Foot.
You think about the composition that they're playing here as well, bringing new ideas since the last time that we saw them here. Liquid, it being home territory for them, with it being the map pick as well. The same way that you considered, oh, what have they brought to Lotus? You're running double controller. You have the Sky for the info gathering mid-round. The Seekers have now come up as well. Zeus can maybe, you get him on a deep line early on, then you have really strong control. I think of B, for example, if Liquid aren't challenging it, which they haven't, as the round crosses the line, and that is number 10. They're going for so many direct hits, and I think we saw exactly yesterday when GX were attempting a lot of the same, how that could be so well countered when the defense is as reactive as Liquid have been.
I think as well, when you think towards last week and Foot going up against Gentlemates, Foot came out the better, right? They won out the matchup. But I think generally, in terms of the feeling towards Foot, I think they lost a little bit of stocks coming out of that game.
I would agree. Well, it feels like Liquid have improved. Still work to be done. You heard Kiko there talking about the comms. Obviously, it's a non-issue when you win the round, but still something that Lohan may be looking to address here, or it seems as if it's the players in the server that have taken the hold of this pause as the timeout had been called.
Yeah. The point I was trying to get to is that, well, those criticisms and the stocks that Foot lost, it looks like it's starting to be realised into a greater problem for them, right, coming into this game. We already spoke about how important this match is for the wider group, right? I mean, with the KO buff coming in, we've not seen what the implementation is for Foot and stuff like that. And this is the team that we expected to bring forward.
Cracks is playing Raze!
Hey, I know.
How often do you see him play Raze? They were running double duelist in the off-season. We saw it at the home ground qualifier as well. It was Yetajay actually fulfilling the other role, but Yeah, it's a different look, and right now the story seeming that they just can't break through that glass ceiling. Group dominance would have been a step in the right direction. Foot taking control of this game, and if they win this round where both teams have ult, that would make it 5 out of 6 on the defensive side this time and continue adding to that stat that we so heavily referenced on Lotus.
Two ultimates being used, one on either side. Seekers to clear out the A side. As Foot are very straightforward, direct.
They're light on this push as well. I mean, it's 3 players which hit the site. You would have been going 3 on 3 in any previous rounds.
The only thing is, though, that spike plant is very open. And look at Foot, they're straight away trying to take Heaven.
Such a late rotation for those players currently clamoring through CT. Camo is onto the site early doors. Dimensional Drift has revealed Mr. Fallen is caught. It's Heaven that you've got to be concerned of if you're Foot right now. Those are where the player numbers lie and may well go dead and buried. Kiko Camo, 1-2 punch. Double duelist getting double the action. Liquid currently in front by just a man, but that's very quickly settled as Nats has found himself up in the bird's nest, securing that spike defusal. While Zeus will walk away with a kill, he won't find the round. And it's just one weapon that they hold on to as well, so cash continues to be a problem for this attack.
And this next round is going to be a massive swing round.
Huge.
And with it being 7-11 and Team Liquid on the verge of that point, this is going to be a very tense affair.
Oh, nothing, I'm killing him. Great.
That's given a freebie there. That's, you know, one of the other 1,500.
Yeah.
They don't all come that easy.
Definitely don't, and we've seen him come up before. Needs to come up with a good here.
It's so cheeky from Nads, and it goes completely unpunished, and as Foot continue to bang their head against the wall, Liquid do make concessions, playing from backside. I mean, Nads gives himself up in the situation as Cranks lands the showstopper. Both players blind by their own team's flash. Kiko gets nothing. Liquid don't get bounced back until Patitek hits the scene. 2-on-2, and it's Serial to take the next step. 1 versus 1. Yeti round the corner, and he lands the killing blow.
I mean, that round was a bit muddy, let's be honest, right? Players falling out of Heaven, Flash is not right, not looking to the correct spots either. A good response from Foot. The thing is, though, coming into this next round, after Foot winning the swing round and upsetting Liquid's economy, it's the ultimates as well that'll be the other point to think about, right? Nightfall, Cosmic Divide for Liquid, that are a little bit more concrete.
Actually seeing a nice lineup hit being thrown. Should land towards middle, and that's exactly where it will go. Trying to counter what Liquid was doing, but they're taking the fight into their own hands.
Yeah, they are. They've completely taken the space for themselves as Foot get the initial fight and win out on B. The captain, though, he's under fire. No way to really escape. Zeus there to bail him out and gets 2.
Liquid lowered to lesser weapons after the previous. Defender economy frail as ever. So Patitek coming back into this one with a Bucky, but it's such a big round to win if you're Foot. Just to keep themselves moving forwards, 1 step at a time. The gap reduced to 2. And you can see smiles back on the faces of those players. I mean, Zeus nonchalant as ever.
Yeah, and getting through that round without using any of their ultimates as well. I mean, like you can see Team Liquid are trying to bring it down to gunfights, make it a little bit more scrappy. I mean, Foot have the better weaponry, right? So that's always going to be in their ballpark.
I don't think Foot are ever a team that you want to go blow for blow with in terms of firepower, as we are seeing this utility repeated yet again. It will land in mid and stop Liquid from contesting this one early.
They're going to be forced to respect it, although just noted the main paranoia lineup to send him all the way up.
This is the tour de force. I mean, he is already nestled himself quite nicely behind the toxic screen is where the captain was looking to go, but that trip's cut short. So it will be for the rest of Foot because they've not managed to break the neck of the site and get past that initial setup.
At the same time though, Zeus is scaling well, taking his time in doing so, being patient, and Foot are now starting to head over
towards this side of the map. And it's at this point in the round when you enter that second phase where Liquid now need to be searching for some information a little bit more proactively, because the setup does have gaps. Patitek is aware of the walk that Zeus is taking towards spawn.
Oh no. I mean, Patitek being brought to 10 HP. You've got to be looking at Camo here. Can he stand the test that Foot's about to push forward?
Foot now calling the cavalry over. The A onslaught begins with Camo caught at the back of sight. Kiko helping support. It's a layup for the slam dunk as Camo has found himself another triple kill.
He has been a real highlight for Team Liquid. Huge coming through. 19 and 14, top fragged Lotus as well.
It's chaotic parts of the round when Foot show us a lapse in concentration. It's not the first time where that first point of contact is hit, and then there's a player lurking in the shadows that just steps through the veil and sends Foot the opposite way like Sirius Black.
Yeah. Now though, still Team Liquid again, spacing of ultimates. So much online and available to send this one home. You look towards Foot and what they have, Seekers and Viper's Pit, they can be very situational.
And, I mean, that's it. The hedge has been trimmed immediately by the Phantom. Those Seekers go down without all too much information.
That's it, right? Now you're trying to hope to get into a post plan to have a Viper's Pitch.
Yeah. It's another solo fake that Foot are trying to play through Mr. Fallen as they group up towards Garage. Serial on an off angle, a deep angle, but he goes back in.
Oh, brilliant timing from Serial. And if they need
reward.
Showstoppers there to be used.
There is, and this is where Liquid will then look for that set retake. I mean, right now I've got to be focusing on Nat's invent. He sits right in the middle of a couple of Foot players, whether they know it or not. It's Mr. Fallen that will go down, and now warning signs for them as they'll look to set up on B.
Now, it looks like Team Liquid are in position to send this one home in a 2-0 fashion. 5 players standing there. Yetiji looking to play upset as the ultimates come in. Ata Captain can't stand the test. Now, a 1 versus 4, which he'll have to try and clutch up. Yetiji won't be able to do it, and Team Liquid will send this one home 2-0.
The floodgates open. And while that second map from Liquid a little more laboured, this 2-0 win makes the group a lot more hotly contested. Everyone now with at least one loss. And while it's bad news for BBL, 3 teams will go to a 2-1 record.
This now starts to get very interesting across the group, right? Gentlemates have beat Team Liquid have beaten Foot, and Foot have beat Gentlemates. It's now going in a 3-way tie, and it's something to look forward to, right? There's still plenty of matches to be played, 2 more weeks of games, and still this one isn't finished, right?
Liquid given their hero's moment in front of the fans, which have come out in their numbers to support. The only quiet moments were when rounds weren't going their way, but not a story which lasts for long. After a struggled first week, we're seeing strong signs from them as group play continues. We're going to be heading to a short break, but when we return, we'll have the second match of the day up for you. It's Vitality versus Heretics.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on the beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal, miracle with the lyrical. With the homies trying to pop like a cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks. Feel it in the sky, I got love in my eyes. With this money on my mind, I see passion and pride. I despise all the eyes. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Tom and Mac, and you're having a good time, are you?
Yeah, it was a good game. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
Sick. Love that for us.
That was the most mundane celebration I've heard.
Yeah.
Nothing's new.
This
is just a look that I'm going for. You didn't need to point it out.
Well, I just wanted to tell
This
you
was
that
a subtle change to my look.
Yeah, and I was
subtle.
about to tell you that this is not a good look for you.
I think it's great. Hey, that's mean. He looks great.
I'm talking to HR.
You're slaying.
I'm just a guest on the show. I think you're running into a wall here, mate.
Aren't we all?
Stop flying back to the US.
I may have said to the person giving out this wonderful merchandise that I would use the clapper, I would take the sticker home.
And an audio engineer was like, please don't.
Yeah, and then I said,
if
if they win, I'll put on the headband. And
how long do you have to keep it on now? Until they lose?
No. Luckily, I didn't promise anything else. Because I can technically take off whenever I like at this stage.
Okay, I love that for you. Moving on to our next match. Very insightful. No, but this was obviously a fantastic showing for Team Liquid. And with that victory, they also just like turned the standings upside down.
Yeah.
At this point, I feel like they got something in there because they're making it weird by losing to mates, and now they're making it weird by winning against Foot. What are we doing?
Yeah, I think especially if you look back at some of the clips, Paddock definitely wanted to win versus mates more.
Yeah.
But at the same time, beating Foot, I'd say a much higher chance of topping the group. You have that head-to-head. So yeah, they're in a great spot right now, and I think that considering they made a change and had to sort of edit things on the fly, they looked really well prepared coming into today.
Yeah, it also just goes back to, you know, the strength of schedule we were looking at. There's all these teams that were 1-1, 1-1, 1-1.
Yeah.
And TL, we were like, look, they're going to look good. Some days they didn't look too good, but now with the head-to-head against Foot, there could be a world after beating them that they're going to end up being in a situation where head-to-head will potentially matter going into the next 2 weeks, and that can put them into a much better position moving into playoffs. That's huge.
Could be one game to Toronto. Could make back-to-back Masters.
That's it.
Quick math. That's what we're all about here. Let's talk about this next series because there are, of course, high stakes in this one as well. Let's talk about the teams. Beautifully done.
Damn, that didn't go as far as I hoped it would.
With the grace of a gazelle. It really didn't. That was a bit of a letdown, I'm not going to lie. I hope the two teams we're about to see here are not going to be a letdown for us. Let's talk about what we saw from them recently. Starting here, of course, with Vitality. They're coming off of a very tough loss against Fnatic. Up until that point, they were undefeated in EMEA, at least. Masters Bangkok didn't quite go their way. Yeah, but
I need to work on that one.
This one was a toughie. What do you take away from this?
Yeah, so look, for Vitality, I think they got played. And what we want to focus on here is Boaster last week, especially on Lotus, especially on Haven, was calling the most crazy mid-rounds. And you're thinking crazy. Look, from the shadows straight into spawn, you're thinking, all right, what's an IGL going to be doing from there? But he's just going to be able to fully read the rotations. After getting dinked, he's on 10 HP, running for his life. That's on the map, which you can see up the top left there. And he's going to find a little hidey hole here at stairs. But what he's going to do is hear Durka chasing him down. As soon as he knows that, he's going to take a bit of a gamble, say, okay, pretty sure C's free, guys. You can see them start to go for that rotation through sand, and if we roll the clip from here, he goes down. That confirms his thoughts. In the meantime, there's also, you know, that the Nightfall and stuff used over towards the B site, which denies any hearing, denies any audio cues, and that just gives them so much time to get into C for free and establish incredible post plants, not just on the site, but aggressively towards, you know, the CT area, and then also over to Waterfall as well.
Yeah, I think big picture throughout the entirety of this series, especially the last two maps, was that Vitality got out-called. You're not going to go into any match and go, individually, this team looks bad. Like, oh, this player's not there, this player's... It's more focused on, okay, we're playing retake every single round. And it didn't necessarily seem like the plan was to play retake every single round. It was, okay, we're going to gamble that they're going this way. We want to take the space. We want to get back in. And then they go, okay, now we're forced to play retake. And they're not ready for it. You saw how aggressive Fnatic were being. You're seeing how much ground they were taking in those post plants. And it seemed like a game where Vitality, as I said, just got out-called.
Absolutely, yeah. Boaster was shooting on the server, but also just calling on an absolute other level. Like, that's a Fnatic we wanted to see, and Vitality was on the receiving end of that. I had an opportunity to talk to Les prior to their match today and talk about what went down last week and how they recovered. I now have the one and only Les joining me for a quick chat ahead of your game. But before we're diving into today's game, I want to talk a little bit about last week. You guys were undefeated in the EMEA region. So this was your first loss on the hands of Fnatic. How did the team take the loss? What the preparation looked like heading into this week?
To be honest, for me, I felt that was my first loss too, because I only lost to MEA teams in the kickoffs final. So I felt some bad things too, but how our team reacts was not bad, to be honest, because like we are a new team and we have a new player. I know that we beat Giants in the first week, but we have the same mentality, like we want to improve, we want to learn things and not like have this pressure that we want to be like the unstoppable team, you know? So when we lost, we had a conversation about it and we fixed a lot of things. And I hope that this helped us today.
Yeah, now if we're looking at that match from last week on Haven, you guys did some role swapping as well. We saw Saivo playing ISO for the very first time, yeah, Saif was on Sova. Were those changes pre-planned? Was it spontaneous? Can you walk us through the thought process?
When Saivo joined the team, we had the idea to change Saif's role. Like he was a controller with Tejo before. Now we want to put him only in initiators, Tejo, Sova, Fade. So this was the idea. And Zaifu played with duelists before in tier 2, tier 3. He was a duelist, so we thought, it was perfect to be in the team.
I mean, you guys were in kickoff undefeated, so you probably feel confident like making changes like that?
Yeah, our team is really flex, so like we don't have like this that we are afraid to change roles or these things. Like always, everyone is open-minded to change.
That's awesome to hear. And now you just talked about Saivo obviously being added for stage 1. What does he bring to the team that we don't see, like outside of the server?
It's always good to have young kids with us. Like he's not so young, he's 20, the same than me. But like he's new, you know, like it's his first time in VCT. So it's always good to a team has a guy with new experience, like to have, you know, like we teach him, we are like all on the same page to like teach him to how being this tier 1. So like this is always good for the team.
Yeah, the team dynamic looks great on camera, it looks great on the server. Now for you personally, this is your first year in VCT EMEA. How has the transition been like for you coming from Americas? Are you all settled in? Are you happy here?
Like, it's a good question. Americas is, of course, a really good region, right? Americas is amazing. So in the start, I was not understanding some things that works here that is different in Americas, but always my team is like talking to me like how work the things, and I understand. I think the big changes is like the temperature here, because it's so cold. Like always they are talking to me like, no, because in 1 month it's gonna be warm. But I don't see this 1 month, like they spoke this 3 months ago. So I'm waiting for this summer, to be honest.
That's relatable stuff. Les, I hope you guys going to heat it up on the server today too. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your match. Back to you guys. Thank you, me, and of course Les for sharing the insight. Yeah, I have bad news for him though. Summer is not here, not this week.
Can I give it over to the expert?
On summer?
On summer.
Yes, on summer, because I'm from England.
It's when the sun is usually in the sky, less clouds.
That hurts my skin.
Oh, that's what sunscreen's for. You know, we can teach.
It doesn't work. Factor 100 doesn't exist.
That's true. You just
Actually,
put zinc on. Like, put zinc on your head.
I need a bath of it.
All right,
then I might survive.
We'll get into that in just a little bit, but first let's take a look at the standings, because if Vitality lose here, they will find themselves in a 1 and 2, which honestly will be quite shocking for this team.
Yeah, top 4 at Masters, a team that basically went straight in swinging, didn't lose when they were over in kickoff. So yeah, I think they've finally tasted defeat, but it was by such a narrow margin that I think even though they're going to come in today with a point to prove, I think because Heretics have sort of faced against the 2 bottom feeders of the group, I still put Vitality as the favorites here.
Yeah, I feel like confidence can go a long way though, right? Like Vitality, they still played great Valorant last week, and the compositions were all meta. Everything they were doing was generally meta. It was just some like even on Split, right? That first game, you thought, oh, you know, there's moments where it looked like Fnatic were just gonna run away with it. Ended up doing, you were there, you know, for the 17 OTs or whatever it was. But there was moments where they were whiffing out of the pressure, and I feel like there's going to be less pressure on especially some individuals on Vitality this week going up against Heretics.
Yeah, talking of those individuals, right? Dirk going up against his former team. Alphayer said in the post-game interview for Fnatic that he just didn't feel like Dirk was on.
Yeah, well, there was a round where he basically sprayed 100
bullets. But he was on that one. That particular one, he was feeling himself.
Opponent's body, but yeah, it was definitely a bit of a rougher performance for Durka than what we expect. That's the thing. The level of expectation on Durka is basically best player in the world. So that's where we're looking at this guy, and honestly, yeah, this is the round where you know that this was basically him wanting to beat out his former team. He wanted to prove that although he left a squad that has multiple trophies, he can go on and do that without them. And I think maybe the occasion, because for his standards, these are incredibly bad stats.
Yeah, look, this week I think there's going to be numbers a little higher than that. You know, I feel like he's going to have a bit of a redemption arc coming through into today's game, so keep your eyes on him. And you know, in that interview with Les as well, they were saying that they do love to swap up the roles depending on the map as well, and they're a team with that much experience that they are able to make it work. It's just a matter of if, you know, a team like Heretics, who are very good at prepping and counter-stratting, are going to be able to have a lot of footage to go off going into this.
Yeah, I mean, they have the stats, the numbers, the history on their side, because they are, in fact, up 7-0 against Team Heretics. So Vitality, just on that metric, should have the upper hand here.
But it's a weird one to look back at statistically, because last
teams,
year...
Yeah.
Well, not even that. Last year, Heretics were a team that made it to a Masters final and a Champions final, but they couldn't beat Vitality, which is a metric seems really weird, considering a lot of the time Vitality were only playing regionally until Champs. So I think that's an odd stat to still be online, especially when you look back at the history of these orgs, and one I'm sure that Heretics will want to break. But this is the time where I think it's most likely to go in Vitality's favor because of the caliber of players they have, and because I don't think we've seen the best of this squad yet. They're not the level of last year. They're showing glimpses.
He's about to go in, guys.
There's something in the water this week, though. We were talking about how Foot are, like, you know, the best, one of the best teams in that group, and Liquid just came out and completely blasted them. So who knows? Maybe it's just that I'm here, so everything's upside down. You know,
Liquid, the team that got to the last Masters, is surprising, right?
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, some teams are also just, they got to ride the momentum. And now looking at Team Heretics, they got frustrated in the match. last week. Like, visibly frustrated.
Yeah, well, it was kind of like the battle of the chokes. I think that Vitality obviously had the first one, but yeah, this was them 11-4, not 11-5 in the lead.
I drank
that's
that
the
slam
reaction.
highly though. That was a good slam. I bet that was super satisfying.
Yeah, but you're 11-5 up. Are you that salty a gamer that even when you're winning your
Me
match?
personally,
Yeah.
yes. Thanks for asking.
I was about to say, I could. The fact that you were like, "That's a great slam," made me think there's been some anger at home.
Me and Mini Boo, roughly the same age. We have that youthful energy. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could be my son. But that's beside the point. No, but yeah, like the frustration was on display there, and Boo also made a tweet just last week. If do we get a quote? There it is.
There it is.
Ba-bam. As someone on broadcast said, split attack was a generational joke. But let me say this. We choked like that versus G2 in Shanghai. And next map, were non-existent. This time, reset and keep playing that together with the first 1.5 maps is a sign that we are getting back to where we're supposed to be.
I'm wondering if it
That's
was
such
me
a
that said
lovely
that.
positive take.
I'm thinking back, like, did I say it was? It's
I the one that said
possible.
they had a
It could have been me. It could have been Mitch, or it could have been one of the
He
casters.
sounds like you. Like
it does sound like me,
anonymous
doesn't it? Boo, you're not supposed to watch the broadcast, man. Like that. I'm allowed to say what I want
He's a
because
big
you don't
fan.
watch.
What can he say?
He did get me.
And you're a bold Boo.
Yeah,
so
he
like,
got me the jersey.
It's family. You got to support family.
Yeah, and you got to criticize family sometimes.
Yeah, that's right. The ones who love you the most criticize you.
Exactly.
Hey, it got him to give us the nice bit of insight on how they reset.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it was an overall good, chaotic good.
Overall, chaotic good. Is that the alignment for Team Heretics? Chaotic good?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
They do love to thrive in the
Where's
chaos.
Vitality in the alignment chart?
Ooh, I want to say chaotic evil.
Evil?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
at
I'm down with
times
that.
I think they're the like
What's
the
the-
team that is happy to sort of like almost be the bad guy at times. Like if Fnatic is like the team that all the fans are like,
They're
we want these
bees.
guys to win.
Bees are
They're the
good.
ones that. No, but everyone needs a villain, and they are. I don't think they're. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they play the villain role very
Sound
well.
like low-key implied, but that's
You know,
all right.
Safe is definitely one of the villains of EMEA, but in the best possible way.
Yeah, they're just theoretically evil in the storyline of things,
Yes,
not
exactly.
actually horrible people.
In my mind.
Which is great to know.
Okay, they're doing it for the bit. You know what? We love the commitment. They are going up against each other in a second match of the day. Team Heretics facing off against Team Vitality.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce, yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop, bop, bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. But I can't keep up, play Balonita, big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater, no halo. I've been with a hate gun, I've been on my King Kong, on payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce, yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Cholula with the sauce, yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said what?
All right, the villains facing. I can't believe you called them villains. Actually, I shouldn't run with this narrative. I'm against it.
But look, the other one have fluffy bear beanies on, so
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see what you're doing here.
Oh, and then you got like the Fnatic doing TikTok dances, so it's like it's a low bar for villains. That's all. I'm not saying they're pure evil. I just mean like.
Okay,
Hold up.
I love this though. I
Just
love what we're seeing.
Haven is the first map, so Vitality did get schooled on it last week, but the way that they operated on it, they were rocking the ISO and they were rocking the Yoru was much better than what we saw from Heretics.
Also, Durka back on Icebox. That's something I'm so excited for. He used to be the king of this map when he played for Fnatic. A different roster, different team, but I think he's going to absolutely cook on that one. And then they go back to their long haul decider. The Heretics happy to go back to split after well, someone said was a generational choke. No idea who that was. But I'm excited for Haven because the composition that's being run by Heretics was sort of mastered by the side of Vitality, and they've now moved away from it. So whether they want to go toe-to-toe in the composition front, obviously it's one that Durka somewhat stole from Fnatic when he was there, but they looked so good on it when they played KC and Heretics back at kickoff. I almost want them to bring it back, run it back, and go, you know what, Mini Boo Woo, we can do it better.
But what about Vitality though? Do you think they run the same thing back from last week? Like, is Saiva gonna go back onto that ISO? Like, was that a good look for them? Did you like it?
I still think that Durka safe. I think Durka safe for me is that duo on those two agents. So I think that it definitely, like, Sivok did fantastically well. He was the sort of shining star in that map when they kicked off with such aggressive pacing that eventually led to them choking out of the map. I think that if you get some of those other aspects that we've seen from them, if you get Durka online, I'm actually not that worried for them going into Haven. And I don't know if there's something that's been spotted by Heretics that they believe they can beat them on it, because I think smashing GX doesn't really tell you very much.
Okay, we got the old mirror match going through, so they're both going to be running Yoru ISO, and it will just be an execution battle. It looks like Vitality on the attack are going to get to do their thing first. Heretics on the defense is interesting. You know, we didn't get to see a huge amount of their defense last week against GX. They were mostly on the attack and adapting to that aggressive defense that GX was throwing at them. So yeah, it's just a battle of execution and who's going to be the better ones at it.
Yeah, I think also when it's this comp, you have to look at the duelists. Like, I think Durka, Sivok versus Miniboo Wu will probably decide how this game is going to go. So slow starts, not acceptable here.
I do like that Team Vitality has that faith in this composition. They're also into those role swaps.
Yeah, I'm always going to believe that Safe can take over that role, but I think when you get rid of Trex, you don't have that default Sova anymore, so Safe has taken the role. We'll see if they can make it work.
We'll see indeed in just a few seconds. Team Heretics going up against Team Vitality. Let's send it over to the one and only Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you very much, Zoe and the Desk of Force. We've turned up in uniform because this is a very important matchup between these two. And I like what Tom said there. Slow starts are not acceptable in this sort of series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, we have carbon copy compositions here, which makes it pretty easy to then identify really who's able to stretch their legs better within this setup. I do want to come back to that point. Well, the safe re-ends is actually the matchup or the head-to-head that you almost look towards here with the double duelist on both sides.
Yes.
Actually, they become the linchpin in kind of enabling a lot of these plays. So definitely what I got my eye on, because re-ends has been lights out statistically.
Look, he's still one of my favorite players to watch. He kind of fit the role for me that Leo somewhat held, but he's not quite, not to the same caliber, but he certainly can walk the same path. So a big matchup between these two, because we've seen, in reality, Heretics sitting in a good position. They've got the wins they need to, but then you look at the teams they're winning against.
Yeah, I guess if you don't scratch the surface. But again, it's 2-1 victories, right?
Yes.
So coming out maybe blood drawn, so to say, and whether or not that the map differential is going to make a difference or not, because obviously we're looking at Heretics potentially going to a 3-0 and effectively locking their position or sealing the deal on that. So yeah, not necessarily an awful situation to be in, but definitely something to keep your eye on in terms of making things a little cleaner. Like I said, without getting into the nitty-gritty of the context there, a little cleaner would be the objective overall.
Yeah, and you can hear it behind us. It looks like we're gearing up to get into game. So we put our attention towards what's in front of us, this pound-for-pound showdown of two of the bigger teams here, right towards the top. Heretic looking a little shaky at the start, a couple of our glances going sideways, even in those 2-1 wins. But Vitality, they got kind of put through their paces by Fnatic and suffered a couple of bruises from that I wonder if will echo on here. It is though Vitality, of course, on the attack, Heretics on the defending side.
We're going to try and spam a little into the smoke here, but won't be rewarded or even get a confirmation really on the other side of that. Elsewhere now, Vitality's presence will be noted somewhat. Actually a double stack from Heretics between Benji and Woot here in Garage.
He's got that one. Woot doesn't give away the game here. It is going to be double stacked, though. Durka trying to pry that out. You saw Safe trying to set him up for it, but it's Woot to be rewarded. Takes away Durka, and that's blood drawn.
I have the spike. Quick pivot towards A as well. Cebu already conceding a lot of the space. Will allow entry at least. Kicks actually drifting up here, and perfect timing from Boot.
And this does feel like a little bit of a game of preparation, right? That exploratory mission towards Garage being actually swung in the favor of Heretics, but noted by Vitality, and then that timing on the heads-up work, but a slow creep towards B, but there's a lot of bodies here. You can see him at the back of the side, Benji around. Les would need to alleviate this pressure. Trying to work in the shadows in the dark. There are going to be now threats aboard. It's less. And it's not clean enough. Now you look at the amount of Heretics who can flood towards this. The Paranoia goes in, but they still can't make the kill. It's safe. Les finally starting to fire. Vitality clearing through, and it looks like pivoting towards C.
Rian's nearly catching backside of that with the Sheriff, but Les will put down a contingency here with the camera. Will spy out Rian's as well. Plant does come through. Moment here for Heretics to consider their approach.
Still got that Paranoia, right? Boo's the one who could really set this in. But does he gamble it right, guess it right, looking to maybe clear close? I don't know. It's not ideal here. Les would still have an opportunity on it. You can hear the Sheriff rattling off shots. They want to bring him in, but Les stands tall, stands ground. Boo, nice, but not nice enough. Vitality, I thought they were on the ropes, but that late look towards B was wondrous.
A beautiful recovery after losing both duelists in this setup, which honestly, it becomes, well, pivotal in the pistol round as well. Not just that. Again, making really great decisions. Oh, wow, okay, didn't catch that one off camera, but safe finding kills like that. But yeah, Les plays this perfectly as well. He's not too eager to come in here and find an opportunity. Allows that pressure to build, and I think actually the Paranoia landing perfectly towards backside really just keeps both players in check.
That's a great feeling as well after, what was it, 2 kills going in favor to Heretics to be able to flip that around so diligently. Highly impressive. Now, for Heretics this round, it looks like they want to try and put all the eggs in a certain basket. 4 of them here, and the first couple of fights go down. Vitality cleanly clearing things up. No sweat about that, but spotting Boo and Woot, you're thinking, that's probably a stack.
I have the spike.
Certainly indicative here, but Vitality don't want to take any risks. Stacked up now as 5, and actually potential here for Rian's and Mini Boo to get ahead of this, maybe have another shot at things, but window quickly closes now.
Looking for the minor victories here. Oh, a nice attempt by Rian's there. Love the little control, but this is clean from Vitality. Methodically working out the map, and again, they've been one of the teams who've really become a bit of a beacon on this map, one to look at, taking on that Fnatic-esque comp and making it look even stronger. But now, Benji, nice. There's a couple more of those, though, and couldn't quite turn the flash. Nice from Durka, solid from Vitality, only losing 1.
Right, nice from Durka. Already got the ultimate online as well, which is a huge tool to bring into round 3. Potential here. Set Vitality up for further success early on here. Again, great read from Heretics. Again, they wanted to try and get ahead of this to maybe do some financial damage.
One more. Nice.
Yeah, just calling out one more for the ultimate as well. Potential here to build around that, whether or not Durka's going to pop off rip or just wait for some confirmation on the other side of things. Again, in terms of, well, as good as a full purchase here, it's 2 Bulldogs coming into things. Don't necessarily want to make any rash decisions.
This was one of the players tipped on that head-to-head of who really has to be an instigator. Now he's under pressure. I get out of Garage for now, Durka. Spotting out the rest of Heretics. And it looks like a time for a commit here. Already going to be supported by the rest of the Flood going through Garage and up C long, but it's going to be a battle of this site. They're not willing to give it up completely. And it looks like Vitality disengaged. They've actually peeled away.
Yeah, a little strange considering it seemed fairly comfortable to commit behind Durka's ultimate, but maybe saw something they didn't like. Once again, cutting sound, allowing that pressure to build, waiting or anticipating a rotation coming out from Heretics. We can see on the minimap here, though, still a few bodies over on the C side of the map, but an exploration towards B, Lauren.
And I guess this is standard protocol, right? Re-clear some of the areas, and I like this re-hit from Vitality. It's showing some fantastic composure, going for this double pump. Unfortunately for them, though, it is absence of any sort of resilience. Everyone else kind of looking in other directions here. That will be a little bit of a tell now, but they may not know two players who are on that lower side.
Actually, yeah, lacking in terms of tools as well. If you look at the utility available for Heretics, they have to brute force their way in here.
Vitality looking exceptionally controlled in this. The smoke goes down, and speaking of control, that's a great shot. Vitality on this double pump looking so composed. Now in a 1v4 feels compulsory at best, and we can hear it in the time. Gotta say, Vitality are running a lovely game here, Mike, and it looked like they had enough of a foothold on that seaside to go for the fight, but actually opted for the more composed approach.
Yeah, and another example where we were almost seeing, like I said, cutting sound, waiting, anticipating that rotation or the over-rotation on the side of Heretics. This time around, not as drastic as previous, but still, they come in here, the second wave or the second hit to seaside. Like you said, absolute absence on the side of Heretics. The thing is, actually, in that chaotic exchange, a lot of utility burnt up. Heretics didn't really have the inventory to do much in the retake there.
And I do love the fact that they're willing to call that, because a lot of teams would have just battled it out, maybe take the gamble of that 50-50 on the fight on backside, but really love the fact they're willing to walk off.
Because we're looking from Durka's POV, maybe we're not catching something there, or...
Yeah.
Like I said, ahead of the third member, I believe, joining that, there would have been a chance to get behind the ultimate. And hints of proactivity towards A, but...
Shadows traveling.
Just wisps, really.
Just wisps. The sewer walk-up now coming through.
And I do think if Heretics want to try and clear some of these question marks, they are going to have to dig deeper, but it does get risky then, right? It's that balancing act that gets harder and harder to do this on. Once again, right place, but heads up work from Vitality. Prying out Boo. This is beautiful work from them. Probably some of the most clinical, concise attacking sides I've seen in a long time. This is against Sheriffs. Let's see if they can keep this anti-eco in the green, right? Can they keep this looking clean and well considered so far? Yes. Rienz will want to try and stick around, maybe play a mini Boo, but they're not falling for it. This is surgical. The amount of teams who'll stumble in these sort of rounds, make it a little too risky, gets a bit too close. None of that is here today.
Really, really composed and fundamentally sound as well. Seavog will find another one. Just Benji left now, Sheriff in hand. An opportunity to, like I said, and the Constellation will actually find one, but I don't think he's going to be able to get any further towards the rifle and do any further damage.
Nice try, Durka.
Well.
If you're up against Durka on a Euro, especially on Haven, you're shooting everything.
Yeah, you are. Anything that moves. Anything that moves.
I'm not falling for it. It was this, yeah, lovely round from Vitality, but
just quickly though, even after the first contact comes through, there's no rushing. Everybody's still shift walking out onto A long. It's like I said, composure is what I'm taking away from these early rounds. Like I said, and actually that could be a concern if we do see Heretics start to explore any further aggression here. As I mean, walk through Sue with one rifle and a Sheriff, but they're looking very, very calm in comms as well.
And it's timeout time for Heretics, and it's funny, I was, you know, doing my deep dive on TikTok, as you do, right?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Doom scrolling. There's this great...
What did you find?
Well, no, it's actually semi-related to my job, very lightly, very loosely, as these two have a talk through the options here. There was an interview with players talking about Thierry Henry back in the day. Don't watch much football, maybe you do, maybe you don't.
That era, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, from my youth, which is going back some time. But it was the idea of he was one of the players that you just didn't want to be made to look silly against. It wasn't that he was going to beat you in any way, shape, or form in that regard. It's the fact he'd make you look silly. And it feels like that. And I talk about Durka on this sort of map as well, especially playing that Yoro. It's like, no, I can't take chances. I've got to be so locked in on this guy because he's slippery. He's up to all sorts of nonsense.
Durka is the Thierry Henry of our generation.
The hair's the same.
I'm here now. You can't be saying that. We can't make these jokes together.
I'll put on a bald cap.
Well, what were you saying? That I need to get a wig again?
Well, someone did say you might be wearing a little.
I like that though.
Yeah. I can see it. He's got some belting quotes as well. If you're into that whole sport stuff, have a listen. Anyway, pace looks to be switched here. Durka Henry. having a walk through garage. And how far does he take this? Because we've seen these kind of a lot of posturing, right? A lot of, take early space towards either A main, C long, and they're willing to pivot off the back. They don't overcommit towards it. But he's certainly drawing eyes, and he's drawing the reclear, and it looks like they keep wanting to punish these reclears.
It's whether or not Heretics have kind of got a sense for, I mean, obviously what Vitality are trying to achieve, but where they're pivoting to. Another situation where, yeah, there's Sua's presence. Safe, seemingly aware of the possibility. Won't spot out boot.
Spike drop.
Focus point still being C-side.
You do have that ISO ult as well. You've got a lot of tools now coming through. Is this a contact piece? Surely. I mean, we've got a jump spot from Mini Boo, but yeah, it looks like burst on contact, ult on contact. Paranoia is in and try and grab a player. Oh, so far Woot says no. Dirk has gone down and now we're into the 1v1. Zevo looking to try and find the opposition, but he's grabbed the wrong thing. Unfortunate for him here, but now into a 5v3. Starting to actually see Vitality being handled. Woot at the helm, dealing with his Vitality team, trying to exploit them again.
Initially, looked as if Vitality were toying with the idea of a pace change, maybe to catch Heretics off guard, but this time around, no over-rotation, not scrambling to re-clear too deep, just a visual check into Garage. Maybe the contract being something to swing it back in their favour, but wouldn't want to find three on the round. Heretics find their first. A little more energetic now as well from Benji. Almost a sigh of relief just to break the momentum slightly. See if Vitality have a response to that. Early Paranoia sent through here.
He's clean with it. New kid on the squad looking sharp as hell, but Woot trying to get back to business.
Contract complete.
Safe to come away from. No chance for the pressure, but it's Dirk to get the ult ready if they need it here as that springboard in.
Second ult by round 6 for Dirk. This time does actually have Safe to complement that as well, if needed. That's probably why we're seeing a much deeper hold here. So we've got a trip to play off at the top of Suez, actually.
He's really testing the nerve of Heretics, right? You're down a player. The temptation is always to re-clear, but it's
yeah, this is awkward, though. Yeah, he's going to be caught off guard.
Do you fight forward or do you fall back? He tries to fall away, but I don't think it's the right call at this point. Safe's already caught Boo, trying to bail him out, and now Woot all alone. Oh, he's in his head rent-free. Benji now in a 1v4. He was trying to hold the rest of the map. He's not really got much more to say. There is nothing to be done about this. Again, you've got to almost feel in a way for Heretics here. They were desperate to get some information, some control, and they meet the worst outcome, really, the second they walk down long.
Yeah, Vitality is looking so good in terms of the mid-round. Something that Fnatic obviously ran away with versus them. Now looking so composed. And in control as well of everything that's going on. And you're obviously going to hold on to this rifle here. Although there's going to be a response to, like I said, because outside of these re-clearances we're not seeing any early proactivity from Heretics, but they haven't really had the funds to back that up. We're looking a little better financially now, sure, but again, this Paranoia is the first real attempt we've seen in it. Just so happens Sevo hitting both of those headshots.
One enemy remaining.
It's okay, baby. It's okay.
Can you call me a baby?
Well, we didn't need it. Yeah, we did that.
Production.
We need the second half of comms there, man. Yeah, you can't leave us on a cliffhanger like that.
We do have a couple ults spinning around now as well. Safe's got his, you've got Mini Boo with theirs. Waiting to see if that can be combined with anything. But as it stands, kind of a similar beginning here. This default start with the exploration through Garage taking a gander. We're going to deal with at least the early utility and get away scot-free.
Again, main objective, as you said, utility drawn out. Big win because it's minimal investment from Vitality on the other side of things. Once more, Boo. Kind of dipping his toes towards long, but no commitment just yet. Be careful with that Jump peek though. Will be noted, and actually curious. Let's look at the minimap. I didn't know. Did he see anybody on the other side? He was definitely spotted.
Yeah, 100%. And feeling this utility though, Boo's got to know.
Yeah.
Boo absolutely knows it's time to run away. Just can't hold that site when it's being flooded like this incredibly hard. So what's the adaptation? It looked like they were thinking about going for a flank, but they've cancelled.
Yeah, now it feels a little more awkward. Maybe to get behind Mini Boo's ultimate.
But Safe's got his as well as
It's still got the
backup plan.
paranoia from Boo as well. There's some tools to get this moving. I like this actually. Reading it perfectly, but no connection at all.
Yeah, but Dirk is going to get his anyway. Miniboo and Rien's going to try and bridge that gap, dive into site. They force him away initially. Maybe that early burn on that ult could be a problem. Great from Miniboo, punishing the spam on the spike.
Gotta get out of here.
Zeus ain't stopping. He's got it. Heretics snatching away the round right under Vitality's noses.
On my intel. Oh, on a knife's edge there to try and rely on that in the post plant. It's Miniboo to really find one on the way in, and then really nice timing on that smoke towards long as well. Yeah, Rien's as well would have been killed. And again, with the plant being there, those two kills are what completely opened this retake for them. Once it started, unfortunately, Vitality just on the back foot. Here we go, woo. Starting to get a little bit of confidence now to get ahead of Vitality's early round.
No, I didn't like that. Didn't like that one bit. That's fine.
Wasn't close. Wasn't close.
Can I get a smoke and get out, please? He does have help here, but Woods
hanging around. They want to reinforce
It was time
this.
to get away from this, but now I didn't like any of that. I believe the official term is squeaky bum time.
Yep. That's what they call it. One for the good now. Being less, you could argue, really impact the way Vitality have been playing. Okay.
All good, all good, all good! Oh my god, and the ult coming in as well. This goes right, Zero's in trouble. What are you meant to do here? Nothing! Rienz will get his man. Now starting to lack in bodies to play. You've got Kix and Safe, and you look at Kix's position, he's... Oh my good lord. Feels like that's a window closing, but they've got to step in towards B now.
Might get the plant out of this, actually.
30 seconds left.
I was going to say, there's nobody towards A-Link. But Vitality, anticipating that there is, might be greeted on the way in here.
Oh, just trade me, trade me, it's fine. Selfless play from Boo.
And I'm not sure if, again, if we get a chance to look at maybe the player count to see if Dirk is relaying some information or if that's a mini-map moment, because you see Boo at the top of the ramp here and completely caught off guard by that. And with Sivo being just behind Dirk as well, you'd almost imagine there was one person holding each side of the top of the ramp. I mean, he's not tucked. It's an unorthodox position. Yeah, just here. He only reacts on maybe the third.
Second or third?
Yeah, the third shoulder.
It's like
Unlike
4x3 moment, right? That's...
It's unlike Durka though not to be dialed in that situation when he's kind of
Let's go, baby.
kind of leading the way for Vitality.
Well, it was enough of something not feeling right for Vitality to slow down, right? Time to hit the pause button because the momentum has shifted for 3 out of the last 4 rounds now going Heretics' side. We've seen a real change of things. That first time out working wonders for Heretics, they did well there, but looking like this isn't much of a chat between the coach, but I want to see if it's Safe mostly having a chat then. Yeah, absolutely is leading that discussion. So it always makes you wonder what's being said here, what he's seen and what he thinks will be that adaptation that they need to bring forward. They've got a couple of ults on the horizon as well. His was obviously burnt not too long ago, but Dirk is relatively close by, as is Sivo. So you've got a little bit to work with there, but we can see it. Operator is in the hands of Mini Boo. So that is now in play. New element to be added.
Right to mention the ultimates as well at this point. Tools available for both teams. Certainly Heretics kept this first half at least competitive, considering how it started. And actually rewarded here immediately with that investment. Boo to double down on it as well. So almost considering with the rifle sticking out of the smoke. Heretics.
The battle of the barrels, pretty much.
It's actually less to find it. That's beautiful.
Okay, but you got a 2v4. Now it is Les and Durka, right? If it was only a couple other players, I might not be so locked in, but I'm gonna sit up for this one. Let's try to get the read of things here. Now we know what this map looks like, right? It is heavily towards this side. They have the spike. They also have 4 players waiting here. You still have util on the other side of the map that covers off basically every avenue. It would show, obviously once the camera gets checked, if they decided to pivot towards A. The only thing to get past that would be Durka's utility.
I was going to say, actually, once Les deals with this trip, you can see the TP's left over towards B. Miniboo's. I guess smelling blood in the water. This is.
Oh my god, he's going to see.
Because he can get ahead of the trip as well.
Yeah, this is really nice. Ah, yeah, you guys are cooking. I love this. Okay, plants in. Now, Les is going to have to do a lot here, though. TP's annoying. They still have a camera here, but they're swinging. Oh, it's risky. But this TP might be the end of them. The slow death, the creeping death, the valiant attempt being made. But Durka needs to go nuclear, and it's looking unlikely. Ah, they put Durka in the corner. Who fancies it? Yeah, you got to take it serious on that one. But boo with the trade. Really nice try. Love it they were using the full kit there. But Diffuse is in, and Heretic take another step.
Bring within touching distance now, just 1 round separating. Said Miniboo and Boo. A solid C-site hold at the start here.
Enemy remaining.
Even just catching. Just a glimpse there of the flash, actually.
Yes, this should do.
Catching on to Durka. Really well considered from Heretics. And even for Vitality to find the plant there. Made an honest go of things. See, safe. Try and sell something towards.
Scanning ahead.
See, or maybe even just send some utility in. Maybe a shock dart to deal with a trip, but Miniboo. He's on the walkabout. This will, yeah.
Spike.
Which bit?
That's lovely. I don't know what's wrong with me today.
But this will enable a heavy rotation
Cutting through.
for Heretics. Actually, potentially enabling a stack elsewhere. Don't see it just yet. Still conscious of progress towards Garage, which Vitality have been pretty keen to establish early on.
This is such an information game, isn't it? You've got the Aldrome finding nothing, and obviously nothing being seen by Miniboo either. They have so little idea of where this is ending until probably about now. This is starting to feel indicative, like, okay, no, it is coming towards A here. Now, I don't think that they've actually seen Boo. Yeah, he's been found, so that point's nullified. Instantly caught by kicks, and Rienz is trying to stick around. This is... I don't know if I'd be here, but he's fancying a go of it. Yeah, they're swinging! Big work from Woot, but kicks with an instant reply. Massive impact. But now down to the 3v2. Less kicks and safe. Still alive. Benji down super low, but Bogdan's Law ever proficient, but kicks ahead of the curve. Takes away Miniboo, and the precious cargo needs to be kept safe.
They're locked out of A site here. A beautiful execute from Vitality. Once again finding value over on this site. The back of the ultimate, which has been the focal point of this composition. Most attack in general, to be honest with you, from Vitality. It's another round, like you said, the information game absolutely key in terms of the outcome of some of these. Yeah, I'm guessing Boo was spotted at some point from Durka, and just the spam into the smoke. Didn't actually catch how it happened the first time around, but Vitality now will respond. Yeah, again, going to be fairly comfortable in terms of their purchase. Couple of gaps over on the side of Heretics, potentially in the next, but even here actually. Woot's ultimately the only one to work with, and yeah.
Feels like it could be nullified by Sivos almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Game of the cam. Because we can see the X-ray.
Fake teleport. Cutting through.
Just to stick around a little bit longer.
Seems to be the response from Heretics has kind of been trying to put this operator in a forward position. So I think now, I mean, the latter rounds for sure, a better idea of what Vitality have been doing to set themselves up. No, it didn't.
Curiosity, you heard what happened to the cat. Oh, Miniboo's down. Patience just couldn't last long enough with it. And the punish is there for Vitality. Really cool under pressure.
Again, it's such a slow push up behind this as well, which will allow Heretics to put, I guess, bodies in the positions they want to. Less potential here. Boo gets kidnapped.
Oh, hey, he's done with the shield. Oh, nice try. But Riem's still in such a great position. He was still down. Oh, it's magic from Riem's, but safe brings it down to the 1v1. Here we go. Boot, he's trying to shoulder his shield still on. Heretics taking another step back here.
Great response. We'll be able to recover the operator as well, the top of sewers. Like I said, it's that curiosity from Miniboo that allows an opening for Vitality. And this time around, you could criticize maybe not moving fast enough to get ahead of the rotation, previously crediting them for that approach. But like I said, I think now maybe the penny's dropped in a couple of these rounds prior here. See a lot of freedom on the way in here. That's crazy.
Just feels poetic, doesn't it? Him dying to a shock dart.
Yeah, it's Woot really leading the charge here for Heretics to bring this back to a 6-5 scoreline.
Looking like Niels has recovered from his injury as well. It was plaguing before.
Well, I mean, he was still on crutches down on the stage.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, gosh. Thoughts and prayers. I hope he's all right. We're starting to get the real lay of the land. Durka trying to do what he does best, and he'd been getting away with that for a lot of these rounds. This, however, was an adjustment. We was doing this in, I think, either the previous or the round before, playing very attentively towards that garage side push. Now they're trying to put bodies behind this, but down a man early.
First time they've really been able to deal with Durka so early on in a round. I think previously it was Les that was caught off guard by Woot and the walkout on B, but it's been Durka the one to poke and prod towards garage.
This time, it's Boo this time. Way to go a bit. Does he stand? Does he run? He sticks around. He's feeling emboldened now. And maybe he's got a little window to work with. You've got to use your utility early, boys. You've got to, of course, push me away.
Now look how many bodies for Heretics on the site ahead of the hit coming through.
He's done wonders. He hasn't landed a shot. Gets a tag, not a frag, but he's bought time, and time is the name of the game. We're at 30 seconds. They got to make a commitment
30
soon.
seconds left.
Because look at the control that Benji has elsewhere. Heretics can absolutely sit in this, but Miniboo drifting away. Now this is how Vitality will win out rounds early on. Hunter's Fury will come through. Will it pave the way?
Bien still here. Boo still here. 13 seconds. He's waiting to strike. Still in the smoke. Oh, it's Woot all day long. Beautiful work. In the end, Boo just wraps a bow on it, but Heretics back up to an even scoreline at 6-6.
Beautiful comeback from them. Again, finally it felt they were picking up on some of the things that Vitality employed early on and able to find crucial kills. And what a finish from Woot.
That turning point from round 5, round 6, and suddenly Heretics, having a fantastic read on the game, was exceptional. We said you can't really have a slow start. Well, it wasn't perfect for Heretics from the word go.
They almost mirror this first half in terms of the end of it. Like I said, picking up finally on some of the pieces, and you saw them really run away with that, Lauren.
Hey, Woot's on 17-7. There's no one near that right now. Safe, the closest by on 12-5. We were talking about that head-to-head duelist battle. At least the desk was. Woot's winning. Miniboo not too far away, and that's after the likes of Sivo and Durka having massive impact. I've got to say, Heretics looking sharp, but it ain't over yet. There's two sides to this map. Heretics now on the attack, and of course Vitality on the defense.
Seemingly a little more pacey, from Woot at least here. No secrets about this on the way in.
It's just Woot, no one else. No one else is near. Woot's got to try and puff out the chest. Look a bit more intimidating. It's just going to be kicks. Paranoia still there. Smoke goes in, but they're ahead. Sivo sharp, but it's going to be an instantaneous trade. Kick's going to try and make up the matter from back of sight. Fighting out on his own, but he can't do it all alone. Benji's taking him down, and they have the foot in the door by B. It's certainly not secure, though. Could be kicked in anytime. Safe here.
Big paranoia!
Woot! You are nuts! That paranoia coming in from downtown, it looked like, and Woot just hitting it out of the park. Durka, you got a miracle up the sleeve somewhere here. Gotta say, Woot's been hitting, looking good. Tap on the spike, trying to draw a reaction, and Woot is there. Show me that one again.
That was absolutely ridiculous from Woot. Again, the paranoia, like you said, from a different postcode altogether, but lands perfectly. Oh. It's one of those semi-accidental, yeah, on the first one. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what?
I mean, he's at 20 kills now. Nobody else has broken double digits for Heretics. The confidence purchase in the round 2 here as well for him. A stack here from Vitality though, 4, almost foaming at the mouth at the top of C Long.
Frothing.
That's not a nice word. No.
It wasn't meant to be, but I'm worried you addressed it both of me. I was really hoping you just look at me with a judgmental glance.
The vertical stream can still see it.
Shout out to you 3 viewers. The dedicated few. Benji,
I mean, yeah, the byproduct of that is Benji's walked out with no resistance on A site. Don't even really fancy the odds here coming through and feeding ult charges, but Vitality are gonna just give this one up. I think, yeah, with the ping on the staircase, maybe they're considering.
It does snowball. You know, you don't want to, as you said, give away those ult points. Should be something that Heretics would love to have.
I mean, yeah, potentially send Miniboo or Benji forwards at least. That paranoia lands on the stairs. He's really going to chance it. Rightfully so. To cue the question marks in chat. Vitality will give it that.
Vintage call.
Yep.
That's a vintage call.
Do you remember how many Lothar threads we had early on, explaining how the economy worked?
Do you reckon he
And Reddit still didn't get it. Early on.
Those were the days. Were we still online at that point? Were we still in like COVID jail? Or did
Oh
we
yeah.
take it out?
Oh no,
That was
definitely, yeah.
I'm sorry to anyone who got timed out in probably Slinky
Did you guys see the NA challenges where the paint guy dropped 30 and everyone had less than like 10 kills? It's the same shit, bro.
EVS.
EVS.
My ears.
This is a Christian stream. Oh, that was a godly shot as well, straight away. Sivo, down to 14. You're not picking that again, are you?
That's moving the head of the snake. Woot will fall outside garage. 4v5 now. Well, call it. A 4v4 is close too, with the damage done. Evo. Again, no springboard on the back of that on either side. Reclearance now towards A long. But time and space for Heretics to make a decision here. Only real pressure point probably towards Kicks, but certainly doesn't feel comfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, 14 HP still. More than the pixel angle here. And Sevo has actually been well handled so far here on Haven.
Late. 5 seconds. 3 players to clear on A. This is
30 seconds
stay
left.
uphill, a bit of an understatement, really.
Time to jump.
Goa here. 20 seconds now. Paranoia's crossing paths, but they have to commit! Get out of here, Mini! What is that? That is cool. Actually, you can take sights on 10 seconds, because Miniboo will just backhand 2 players who are meant to hold this. Now they're a man to the good.
Time to perfection on the back of the Paranoia as well. Miniboo going to stay posted up here.
Oh, I felt it for a second.
What?
But Les is heating up now. Rienz though, oh, nice try, but not nice enough. Kick's gonna come back in. Get that defuse. Stay in this one.
Only 1 rifle maintained though. For Vitality. And it feels like as good of a bad situation as possible. So the timing here must have been big. I didn't even catch actually. I'm not even sure actually looking at the assist counter on the kill feed there. Which makes it even more insane that Miniboo still gets the second in that situation.
Feels like relief, but that is the bonus, right? That wasn't the full buy. This is silver lining territory. As you said, only walk away with that 1 rifle. You're not going to start building bank off the back of this now. Got to get that investment going. 8-7. Heretics still holding on to this lead here. Very early walk up from Woot, but again, it feels like it's just Woot here. Oh God, it feels like a battle there though.
A couple of pings from the long-range dart from Safe as well.
A bit of a scrap at the start between these guys, eh?
Again, you look at actually, I wouldn't say broken purchase, but obviously there were gaps in terms of the utility. Really, Durka and Sivo looking flush on the right side of the screen. Yeah, a little chaotic.
Cage triggered. Here.
But again, has been doing very well at handling the pressure coming his way. This time is going to be closer towards sight. Stunner from Durka. That's Woot gone. But how do they read that? Do they still feel it? You can see there's question marks across the map now. There's pressure coming in from several lanes. Pressure down A-long, and they are biting on this one.
Yeah, look at the spike though. Take a look at the mini-map. Exactly where they're heading. Over towards C. This is all a fake towards A.
That's lovely. They get away. Scot-free. Oh, caught. Benji outdone. Les is looking so lethal now. Starting to get some big impact kills. That positioning from Benji could have been everything. It's not now. Looking to try and make that back up elsewhere. Rienz is going for a little bit of an aggressive fight. Spot out 2. He's done damage towards 1. And now there's a 3rd joining the party. This is getting tricky. Miniboo picks up the mantle. Brilliant from Miniboo. But still, look at the numbers. Rienz and Boo up against 3. Not easy. Not with Safe and Turker wanting their sight back.
Really well coordinated to even get the plant down, sell this fake towards A. Like I said, it's a crucial kill, and there's not really any pressure on Benji to make a move there. He can sit back, tuck in almost. Yeah. Be it in window or in mid. Maybe catch somebody on a lazy clearance, or just in rotation.
And I like this initiative, though, coming back in from Heretics, trying to take the fight towards CT, but
nice.
Vitality very aware, very on top of that. 8-8 now.
And some noise in the studio now.
Yeah, someone else was trying to do that like last week, and I was like, that's not the right syllables for it. If it's not Vitality, please don't do it. You know what I mean? It's fine for Vitality, we support that. So you need the URE. Right, direct approach, okay.
That's all the util gone as well. It was less to fully anchor C site here. Caught completely off guard here. Hunter's Fury will be posted as well.
Can he find anyone else? Got the C side, that's going to be put into place. Vitality left pretty little reeling off of the back of that. That was just a very direct approach. Les has been doing some really dangerous work later into the round. Hey, remove him early. But we got ults here with Durka. Time to try and take back towards the site. How much info does he get? He gets pretty much all of it. Wu trying to do the dodge, trying to get around it. Still takes down Sivo, but it's traded. Now, straight out on it. Durka taking the back of the site for himself. Leaving Boo in a 1v2. He's got to get there quick. There's problems aplenty. He's ignoring one to take the fight on the other, and Hunt's not achieved. Boo is still in with a chance on this. Oh my word! Boo, can you do the unthinkable?
Reload.
Kicks ain't on this. Kicks ain't on this. He
smoke,
had to
though.
refresh the smoke here. And Boo gonna try and get closer. Oh, the shot in the dark! It works for the Red Bull clutch.
Right down to the wire. But it's Boo to seal the deal. Yeah, Les just caught in no man's land from this early push from Wu. We've seen him do this a couple of times. Almost bulldoze his way up C-long. Durka to find 2 crucial kills on the way back in, but
Let's go!
Heretics steady the ship.
Also cutting to the Vitality fans after that round was devious production. Devious work. Nasty of you. Now Sheriff's Mike. Is this a Shiko?
Yeah, actually, it can be, yeah.
Benji, how's the training?
Yeah, good enough. Good enough. The damage is done. The round's yours.
You don't believe in the kicks 1v4? Have you not heard the story?
Not today. Sorry. Not today. Well, maybe.
Don't say that. Why?
Don't say never.
Spike planted. You literally just did. How dare you?
It was Rien's first. Full util though.
Stop.
Question mark.
Stop. You're just breaking my heart.
Oh, really? If Miniboo can come forward and find it, well, actually, no, I've just seen where Boo's tucked into. Boo's already got his ultimate, so it's Miniboo really you want to try and find this. He does. So one away from the ultimate.
Yeah.
Obviously, Vitality going to come back on the purchase. It's for them actually. Yeah, I mean, Kicks and Ness have their ult, but necessarily round winners.
Bro, they were so bad at me, but I also win.
A humble king.
Yes, he's a humble king right there. How do you feel about his mullet work?
Wow, that is a loaded question.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you can rock a mullet, absolutely.
Well, I'm not talking the abstract. I'm talking about Benji. Do you like the mullet?
Yeah.
Would you ever get a
Don't?
mullet?
Why are you
No,
looking at that?
I love his mullet.
Okay.
Would,
Steady. Chill.
I can't imagine you with a mullet though.
I don't think I ever did have one, to be fair.
Really?
No,
It never went through.
I had really bad curtains at one point.
Don't look at
That
me
was
like that. You're
not-
really making eye
that was
contact with me saying
good era.
Please get the pictures.
Anyway, 10-8. This will be the one to make things a little uncomfortable for Vitality. Yeah, actually, Heretics almost have a purchase in hand here. Like I said, on the brink of both duelist ultimates.
Here.
Some problems, and now you want to see an adjustment. Potentially something coming out of timeout here towards C. So you do see some support in the form of Kicks. I doubt we'll see less caught off guard again in a similar circumstance. To look elsewhere, they're almost equipped for some aggression towards A. You do have the TP positioned elsewhere. So again, possibility to get a quick rotation ahead of any pressure towards C. See it come through there.
Certainly no early punish on Les this time. Got his bodyguard in the form of Durka. Too far off.
Do they fight for it? Is that the response that Vitality opt for? Heretics almost anticipating that, I think.
Yeah.
Identify that we caught less kind of said out in no man's land. Maybe sensing some of that paranoia on the side of Vitality. simulate response. I mean, the setup a little unorthodox in terms of the trips. We'll give them safe passage up long at least.
No distractions.
Backside
Early
clear.
investment, yeah.
Both ISOs did have their ults, so...
Is that unorthodox and caught off guard by it?
Les is so nasty. Such a valuable little player, but the issue in my mind is this spike being its current position. How are you ever meant to get it back or deal with it at 10 seconds? You got to go, and there's double stack towards the back of the side. Heretics are left a little too late in the day. Oh! Maybe I need to shut my mouth!
Safe!
God damn, safe turning up just at the right time. There was a tiny window of chance. Or it could have been a coin flip. Falls this time in the hands of Vitality.
Almost looks as if Rians is just
He was on for it.
Yeah, not expecting the third to be as close as he was. Yeah, you can see he's almost swinging onto CT.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Hey, good shit, guys.
But again, Durka did look a little defeated in that before the spray came out from safe there. You know, and maybe it's just focus. You know, that's just blind assumption. But still, this is a very close affair between these two.
Yeah, I mean, and
They're
that's
9 now.
Yeah, the concern being it's only safe to hold onto a rifle coming out of that, and we're going to see a broken purchase on the back of that. I was going to say a lifeline found in terms of the round victory, but everybody said Heretics effectively having a buy in hand. Now have Mini Boo's ultimate to work with. Boo with the TP as well, so still options to make something work. Well, that's what we're seeing discussed now in this Heretics timeout. No, yeah.
I only had one. I mean, we could talk about Rien's, but that's just it's no mullet.
There's not enough diversity to get on the stage.
Easy.
Well, I'm obviously well represented.
I can't believe you joined the bald buff gang.
Still not over it, right? I'll grow it back.
Okay, now as much as we will see, it feels like a little bit of posturing at the start, I pause because there's rarely commitment behind it. This is all a big show towards C early on, get that ult orb, and then kind of rewrite how they want to approach this round.
I mean, safe in a pretty deep position here, probably unlikely to see him invest in the Hunter's Fury ahead of this first wave of contact, but to say that actually, now hitting the rotate. After not spotting anything with the drone, just going to leave one player posted up in the form of Sevo towards A-Long.
I'll handle this.
Going to have his hands full once again.
Getting through.
He's spotted out
Over
here.
there.
Yeah, only a Guardian, so...
But he's got help. Look at
the flood already.
They are absolutely unwilling to let this go. It's going to turn into a brawl again. Back to the battle we go. They want to commit towards this. They got to go now. We're trying to lead the way. He's still got the shield there. You're going to see the clone go through. You're going to see Safe tucked towards Graffiti. 4 players. Durka takes the corner, takes the life of 2. It's now down to Benji in the 1v3. It ain't happening. Vitality closing scoreline up now.
3 on the round for Durka. He said maybe looking a little muted on the player cams. I said did struggle in the previous matchup versus Fnatic, particularly on this map. Not so much of an issue here in the home stretch of map 1. Actually, the pendulum swing right back in Vitality's favor now. And a true Shiko for Heretics here in round 21.
We should make merch.
Shiko merch would go hard.
It actually would.
Yeah.
Like, unreal.
Along with the tech pause.
Don't talk to me about that. I've been theory crafting for years. We haven't had a tech
Production
pause.
just shouted at me. Alberto's just got straight on the mic.
I really want to introduce the audience to Alberto at some point. It's like Evan,
TriCast.
Yeah, no, he loves TriCast.
He does love a TriCast.
And he just went, yes, please, on talkback. That's crazy. Because like Evan's too like mild-mannered and you know calm.
Innocent.
Alberto, yeah, Alberto, now opposite. do this. There's nothing going on.
Not much happening.
Not much happening. Alberto just tried to cast me there. Did you hear that? He was like, why don't you guys cast, look, the camera. Brilliant, thanks mate.
Oh, hang on. The Sheikah off to a flying start, actually.
Pause it. Guys, just clip from this point onwards. Thank you. No more is going to happen, right?
Yeah, there's not a second here.
Yeah, you don't hit those.
Policing the weapon. They don't want any threat.
Smart. That's what you say about safe. Smart player.
Exactly where they are.
Nobody's shooting the darts, so a ton of information on the back of that. We'll get the upgrade as well. This mini boot to pick it up.
All good, all good. Oh my god, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's bad. This is bad. This is going bad. Oh, it's going terribly wrong. Oh dear. I'm so glad we restarted the clip. Darker, can you save us? Save me. Oh dear. He's still got flash. He's trying to just get in front of all this util being spam. Boo! The 1-2 step for the pay safe card Thrifty. Of course they do that.
That's rough. That's really rough. Yampy's in the building. But yeah, Heretics. I mean, this is... How did he even find this open?
I don't know.
Against Evo, just it kind of overstays his welcome a little bit there.
Not too risky.
Not respecting the Sheikah for sure. AstraZeneca's giving me a drink. We need a Sheikah sponsor.
Yo, maybe we should just do nothing. Like we just.
Pay safe card will be livid at me for that.
Yeah, but. Oh.
Hang on, boost.
What?
Hang on.
What is this? Guys!
Vitality body on the line.
I mean, you could have cut off on the line of that sentence and it'd probably still be applicable. We're down to 2 at 1 minute 20. What was the plan?
Just safe and less now to try and recover this, and not a great financial position behind it either. Rian's got his ultimate mini, actually just 2 away as well, potentially, for the next round. That could feel like the map just completely rescinded back towards Heretics.
Was it Benji who just said, like, maybe we should just do nothing? Well, apparently that... Oh, no, not less. Not, oh, I've forgotten about less. It's all good. Mini Boo's here. He's on the case. Safe did really well before saving a round for that position. You ain't getting it again. 12 to 10. I can't believe that worked out.
I mean, yeah, I really wasn't expecting that to come out, especially after the previous. Again, are they just looking to catch 1 or 2 people off guard here, or not even...
Just do nothing. Oh,
I mean,
wow.
yeah, the flash is ridiculous on X.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
But yeah, it's 3 separate engagements there.
Nice, guys, let's go! Derken bundle, and I shit on Derken.
The naughty words are back. EMEA
But yeah,
is edgy.
this is the byproduct now. Look at the purchase from Vitality.
I've heard the players saying it. It looks like shit.
Yeah?
There we are. I said the naughty word. I'll get fined. Don't worry.
That means I can't swear for the rest of the day now.
Oh, no, you've got one. Contractually. Stingers. It's literally Durka to be the one to watch it. Yeah, we do still have the Guardian as well with Les and a Sheriff with Sivo, but that's kind of where we're sitting. And I've got to say, EMEA's gone slowly but surely better with Stingers. We're not NA yet, but Yampy made it look good. I'm really over-exaggerating. Yampy made it look good. Mini Boo.
I mean, Sivo's still shouldering long here. Call it dancing with death. As Mini Boo try and fish out some information. Hunter's Fury on the backside of that as well. Rians will connect.
Sivo, look, I've given him a lot of credit. Mechanically, he's a really talented player, but he's been caught out a couple of times now. This time, similar scenes. We're going towards the Scylla player here. Kicks! Oh! What? It's on the drive-by! Gonna take away Kicks. Safe desperate to get something back here. Takes away Wound. Durka pops the ult there. Back in. 20 seconds and Spike was loose. Back into hand now. Re-ends with a sharp shot. Takes away Safe. Durka trying to do everything, but it's on less than a 1v3. Love a better gun, but he may not get the chance to get the upgrade. One tucked towards Graffiti. Heard the DP and one on the site. Can he try and dismantle this crossfire? Oh, it's not looking likely. Boo there. 13 to 10. Brilliant from Heretics towards the end. Really outdoing Vitality.
Almost cursed scoreline now for Vitality to suffer this loss. And A brilliant course correction from Heretics. We'll have to see if that continues coming into map 2.
On the wing, and he just on being him. No, me on the wing, and he got one man. I'm just him. He very Gucci, so the Gucci. no talk on the wing. Yes, I am rude, mother.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Team Heretics win the mirror match on Haven, back and forth series, but in the end they got the dub on their map pick. But we have to talk about how they got it done. There were so many pop-up moments on both of these sides, and quite frankly, Vitality were off to a good start.
Yeah, they were. They won the pistol, won the follow-up, and then dominated on the bonus round as well, and everything was going so well for them. It was just when Team Heretics decided to start to turn up, started to figure out what was going on throughout that middle of the first half, where everything really turned around.
No, I think that we just saw, it was what we sort of said, those duelists. It was the battle of who was going to pop off the most. We had a strong start from Safe as well, which it's good to see that individually he was able to get back into things after a slightly tougher series versus Fnatic, but ultimately we saw Heretics in good form, and that's exciting for me.
I love the storylines you're bringing to this one. We're setting this one up. You talking about last week, like who choked harder, and now it's who popped off harder.
Yeah, it's just one of
Who
those
wants
things.
it more,
Look,
right?
who popped off harder at the start, at least, was Durka, and I've got a clip that we can have a quick look at as well. It is, of course, round 3. It's how they won the bonus round, and what we want to focus on is it's going to be a double pump, and it's incredibly successful, but what it starts with is a round 3-dimensional drift, because Durka went so hard at the start of the game. He's going to get all of this information. If we pause here, you'll see very shortly that all of the C site is going to be pretty much mopped up. So we zoom in on the map for a second, up here, and then you'll see that, look, this camera is going to be there. There's going to be a cyber cage here that's triggered as well as one here. So if we keep rolling the clip, he spots all that out, you know, sees everyone on site, tries to force them on towards that back part of the site, which is successful. There it is. Gets out of the dimensional drift. There go the cages. And now, what do? If we pause, look where everyone is. Look where everyone is. All 5 of Vitality are there on the site. So, of course, you know, Heretics are going to think, all right, this is A-okay. Let's just rotate over. They disappear, you know. Teleport out from Durka. The others, 2 more go in towards Garage. You're going to see him drop a telly over towards the B site, which is going to be crucial. It goes towards the back. He triggers it. It's a fake out. And just like that, you're going to see a full rotation from all of the Team Heretics members. We're going to pause here for a moment. As you can see again, everyone's left C. They're like, oh, they're going somewhere else. They've even dark covered over towards A site. They have no idea where Vitality are heading. And if we roll it forward from here, it's that second pump. C site completely free. There's none of that for utility that was there, and then from here they win the round. Vitality playing this one perfectly, and hope you guys at home can put this in your own pugs.
Okay.
It's simple. It's simple.
Yeah, you did that in solo queue. It's so easy.
Hey, look, I have high standards, all right?
Okay, listen, maybe you don't have an entire team to back you up on these kind of execution. Maybe you just are the individual, you know? Maybe you just need to channel your inner wood.
Exactly.
Because that I feel like you can maybe emulate to some degree,
Probably not, but
lower
like,
degree.
not
but
like this, but maybe your opponents
adjacent?
are worse,
Yeah.
and then you can make it look like you're playing like this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Wu had, I want to say, at least 5 or 6 rounds where he just looked completely unstoppable. Like, you talk about this aggressive pressure that was put in, like you mentioned that they were able to push into a site and fake out. It was because of the space that they kept onto. Well, Woot decided, you're going to have no space for the rest of the game.
Screw your space.
I'm going to get up in your face. I'm going to make sure that a lot of the time you're not even going to get towards that site. And what started as an incredibly good start ended up dwindling to an even scoreline. A lot of because what this guy was doing. And realistically, he even maybe cooled off a little bit.
Yeah.
But they have another duelist, a Lithuanian duelist, who did just as well.
That's interesting that you have to mention that he's Lithuanian. I'm sure it has absolutely nothing to do with a hot take that someone made on this desk prior to this. That's a coincidence entirely.
Yeah, just,
Hey, Lithuanian esports stonks, they are up, mate. I'm just telling you.
The all-time high.
Boo, Mini Boo, Bold Boo, like all of them have been doing fantastically throughout this series.
I love Mini Boo's reactionary cams to Wood popping off. Like at one point, you just couldn't even believe it, and he himself had a great game as well.
Yeah, he's a fan of his own teammates. That's as good as it gets, really.
You want to have people around you that pump you up. If you have people that are negative on the team, it drags you down. You don't want to play good Valorant. And so that's exactly what we've seen here.
Well, it's funny as well because his brother is so calm. Yeah. Like anything happens.
That's how siblings work, right?
Yeah, and Boo's emotions do not change, and Mini Boo is the polar opposite. We saw earlier 11-4 up, death slams when he doesn't get a kill, and then in this game, like even when it might not have been going the best for him, he's so hyped for his teammates playing well that you see it bring himself back into the game, and that was one of the main reasons they were able to take this over the line.
Yeah, it was one of those situations as well where it was an eco that ended up swinging the tides right at the end and ended up getting Heretics across the line on that attacking side. It broke the economy of Vitality. They had to force for the last 2 rounds. And yeah, things just went wrong. But I say eco. Look, Sheriffs, they are deadly and they can make things go crazy. So we got a little bit of that.
I'm excited to see what we have in store.
Jet.
Icebox. All right, so we have not seen Team Vitality at all on this map thus far.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. You go back to old school Icebox where Fnatic were dominant, and one of the main reasons for that is Durka was the best Jet in the world on this map. It was his map. He's the king of Icebox. So I think they're going for this more traditional composition, one that, okay, it doesn't quite have the Sage, but it basically has everything else that you would be running a couple of years ago, up against what is a new school comp, running that Neon, running the Vice, even after some slight nerfs in combination with the Tejo. These are 2 very different looks to the map.
And the thing for me as well is, you know, Kicks, all these guys on Vitality, they are going to flex a little bit, but with ISO coming through with that buff, seen him just play control, and now he's onto that initiator. And he was having a pretty good game there for Vitality. So if he can keep that up, if he can, you know, stand at the back, trade everyone else that's running, then even if Dirk isn't able to get the entries, he's going to have that flash to help him out. He's going to have, you know, the double initiator with the Sova. There's so much going for Vitality here. It's just a matter of what have they been doing with their practice, because they need to bring something out here or it's game over.
We're about to find out. I mean, yeah, Team Heretics are playing the same comp that they won Icebox with against Apex in week 1. So there is tape on this. Let's see if both teams did their homework as we're heading into map number 2. And for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to you ever so lovely, Pansy and Hank.
Must have never met us, Zoe. Don't know if lovely would be in the word, but thank you very much. And yes, it is map 2 time. Vitality's choice. This has to look better than map 1. Yes, it was a close map 1, but it felt like the energy was just being drained from that Vitality side.
Yeah, even in some of the round wins, we were talking about, well, credit it when it's going well, right, composure, but they look a little muted.
Yes.
Versus, well, I don't want to say what you would expect coming out of them, but just out of sorts almost in some regards. But I do want to, again, this should be a very exciting map 2. Old versus new, as Tombiz noticed here with the compositions and kicks on the KO. Probably going to be the pivotal point, really. And Vitality's game plan to put Durka in motion. Obviously, anytime we get to see Mini Boot. Only on an exciting prospect.
This really is the old against new, isn't it? Just in almost every role you look at. How do you feel about it? Where do you sit on this old v new front?
I mean, I'm just here for the Durka Icebox, to be honest with you.
Blind is dead. Hang on.
The word vintage comes to mind. Very similar to the way we were talking about Magnum previously as well, but hold that thought.
Benji could be onto something here. God, they're coming back around this way. Look at the mini-map. Coming back around. Benji gets punished, but do they expect the swing? Now that knife's going to be fantastic, but still have to try and suffer through the fight. Woot clears kicks, but by then, Les has already taken down Boo. He's buying time. He's buying so much time, but it is a 3v3. The rotations are in on the site, however.
So with Durka, Sheriff in hand, almost gets an opportunity to put it to good use here. But time, space.
Continue.
Yes. As Heretic will find their way back towards A site, which was completely open at the start. Was there no confirmation of presence on the other side? Seemingly Vitality comfortable in the retake here for the pistol at least, but tested here in very different situations.
Down A. Go, go, go.
And they felt behind the curve this whole way, though. Every site they've tried to test, it feels like Vitality have beaten them to the punch. Safe just going to play a bit of a secure back of the side, just need to overextend. Shouldn't give isolated 1v1 here, 10 seconds now. A 1v2 is a lot to ask, but it is Mini Boot. And in these moments, he's going to at least get the time on his side. The spacing, he's seen both. Gets a reload and backs away. Nice try, but Safe just cleaning with it in the end. Suffers through, and they get the defuse.
Something to maybe look back on here. Les doing a ton of damage at the start here. Actually, the first threading the needle onto Benji. The second looking very, very tasty onto Boo as well. Yeah, unfortunately here, because I think Mini Boo, I didn't actually see on the HP, but I think he caught the initial headshot there on Safe.
I think he did, yeah.
Just clipping the edge of the wall.
I hope this is a good game. There's so many cool aspects of these two teams meeting here on Icebox. I really hope it's nice and competitive. I don't want like a blowout for either side. Now Mini Boot investing into this. Well, Woot really kind of setting him up. Only down to 200 credits for Woot, so dropping that over. But of course on the other side, you're looking at how many light shields there are. A great deal. Barring Sivos, everyone else is vulnerable to what Mini Boo has. Now, can he find a man, though? Can he find a clean fight? Easier said than done. Yellow still has player behind it. Ooh, he spotted
yeah.
And they should be on red alert as well, because if they've noted that Outlaw's in play, they also have to be very careful here. They've gone for a very light investment.
Don't want anybody swinging onto a solo engagement now. Just farming up the orb. Again, a moment for Heretics to reconsider their approach. Now, Durka actually the only one over towards A. Does have a bulldog.
An unorthodox start there.
Yeah. We get the lineup for that one.
If you don't mind, EVS, thank you. See, they're just using Miniboo like the tip of the spear, right? But Durka's position, it's a big adjust.
Yeah.
You don't pre-aim this sort of angle, so Durka should be okay, but there it is. That should it. Yeah, it's gone now. Durka should. I'm surprised he's sticking around here. It does stay around a little bit later than I expected, but willing to take a challenge and take a bit of a risk. But a great fight towards middle opens up a chance. Can't get the gun in time. Sivo quick to police it. Now look what remains. Oh, Benji.
They're putting it to good use now.
Giving it to the Fortnite kid. It's always a little bit risky there. Sivo, though, keeps it secure. Rien's 1 HP in a dream. Durka's got one as well. Get out of here. Oh my god. I thought that was a shock dart for a second. Christ. There it is. Nice from Durka. Up and over the top. Very well handled, but a threat made out of very little.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you've got to call it as much as a victory as possible here to get the plant down and find 3 kills on the top of that.
Thank you, EVS.
Thank you very much.
Oh, and the following.
And the cinematic.
That's for you guys at home to use. You're welcome. But this is kind of where you felt that that was done for, right? But
yeah,
again, made mountains out of molehills.
They did, yeah. Unfortunately, Miniboo. Yeah, you got the 50-50 going left or right
Hey,
here.
a
Maybe
bit
would have Durka. Yeah, feisty would be the word with that purchase coming in. Drawing blood, at least. There's Woot to bring in just a singer into this now. So anticipating it's a lesser purchase side of Vitality. Here from, yeah, dealing with the dart here, Mibra's position, but Durka not given an opportunity. Got to be careful, actually. Over towards this position with Woot. A potential threat. Second confirmation, Miniboo's still there.
You got to roll your minds back.
Woot's giving up the angle.
You got to know that Durka's be around. Oh my god! Oh my god! They forgot about Durka! He only actually does damage really towards Woot. I think Boo copped a bit as well, yeah, down to 40. But that could have been a disaster in the making. And it should be a stark reminder of what someone like Durka has notoriously and historically done on this map. Heretics need to recheck that box. So through it, the aggressive jet on Icebox. Iconic. Flash primed with kicks there. Is that over? Hard to follow. It is going to reveal a lot of the intention now, especially coupling with Less's deeper positioning from that B push-up. But away we go, in towards the side, Miniboo. With a little bit of a fancy route, but a fancier shot from kicks. Miniboo has to gap close, try and get a partner. She's done it. Does he get away? He does. Good from Miniboo, but dangerous nonetheless. And speaking of...
Yeah, flank here, Miniboo. I think spotted, but now will be confirmed here by the audio cue.
Sivo's just got to play his life for a second, keep cool, keep calm for a moment. Less! A moment dropped there of concentration, now leaving in the hands of Sivo. This is hard, especially with just the ghost. The man haunting them right now is Miniboo. Ah, this is not looking good. Out of bullets, but give it a chance. Time is ticking. He's got to get a move on. Oh my god, Sivo, this would be absolutely mythical if he could do it for Miniboo. Breaking ankles and breaking hearts. Beautifully handled. Almost again. Something made of nothing, though, by Vitality, but it will be Heretics with the round.
Just the one rifle maintained. In the hands of Miniboo. Again, yeah, a moment here where, against Durka going forwards with the Bulldog with 2 other members only on pistols, so almost a little concerned to give one away with such a huge gap. Again, burns the dash up, I think off the dart at the start of the round. Maybe anticipating.
Wait, don't go, don't go! Domi, you screamed so much, I shit my pants, I'm not gonna lie.
Guys, you're giving Valorant players too much personality. People are going to be quaking in their boots. Now, okay, Miniboo's got ult, Rien's 2 away. I'm checking down. Woot's 1 off his 2. On the other side, Durka 2 off, Sievov 1 away. Unless aggression being the name of the game, it looks like for him.
To be least present to greet the drone. Does still have kicks to complement this B-side hold.
A little high-low set there. Ish.
I mean, Heretics keep kind of get into this position and then they drift away. Durka now, I guess, playing with this space even further. May have been heard though.
Oh,
he actually used the passive to get across up onto the side, just outside Nest, and punished for it. Not the problem being, yeah, look towards the mid walk. Safe in a position to catch off this rotation. Heretics. Oh, this could be awful for Safe now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello. Bye-bye. Safe. Just beheaded by Rienz. Now they're going to know what's happening though. Safe was clearly calling that out, right? Maybe hearing the steps up by those pipes. And it's either a cancel for a save, or it's just assuming it's a B. Yeah. This might be gooked at this point. This would be a post plant with Rienz's ult, potentially Wooch. Yeah, he's going to be getting the plant. This is near on impossible.
Placing sentry.
Moment there, Safe just looking to maybe get on the backside. We actually invests here, as we can see. Not going to find anything, but throw it out into the wind.
And I kind of want to roll back to the start of this as well. I think it might have been Boo, I'm not sure who got him. But Durka being punished on the push-up towards Belt pretty much, right? Like I was saying it in just the previous, I think it was in the bonus round with that Bulldog. He's iconic in those aggressive roles. He will take space. It was something that was such a key aspect about him. And it feels like Heretics are very well prepared with how they want to approach that and deal with it.
That is. You can see immediately as Durka's in Nest, we just cut away at the time. Catch the accident outside B, but Boo was positioned close enough to hear that.
Here it is.
See here, yeah, I mean even the ping came across.
Lovely. Really nice, and this feels just, gutting. That's
I'm curious actually, yeah, of how close somebody was on B main to maybe catch some of the steps or still confirm presence outside B, whether or not they were holding deeper towards Snowman or still on site.
Yeah.
Because Safe thinks he can get in behind that drift into A. We noted at the position, I mean, he's never holding the cross versus 3. That's an unlikely scenario, to say the least.
Oh my god, again! Durka is being absolutely countered here. And a tag to boot as well. They've got to respect this. They don't have Sivo's ult. I thought he would have had that by now. He's actually not got that building yet. So the site will be there. There's no easy way to force them off from this. Disrupting the timing from the Owl drone. Keep them at bay. Miniboo willing to take a challenge on it. Dart. Going to be broken, I believe. Yeah, it has been. Miniboo really wants to stick around. They've got deeper post-plant positions. They're going to have Woot's utility. They're going to have the others in line. They let Miniboo go forward. Woot in unison as well. Les now down low. It's all on Les in a 1v2. Woot has those missiles back up, those salvos to buy those precious seconds on the plant. A tap comes in. Still got a shock dart as well.
And 30 HP, yeah.
He knows it. That's wrapped up. That one's done. He's going to walk away from this. Heretics, again, really understanding some of the fundamental things in this Vitality squad that would have made them great once upon a time here.
You've got to wonder now if Durka tries to dig his heels in, or maybe an extra body across to put that in motion. Maybe Kicks is the missing piece to this puzzle.
And look, roll your mind back. There was never...
I mean, to be fair though, sorry to just go ahead, but look at how Miniboo finds that kill.
It's outstanding. The guy is one of a kind on this, you know. He's made Neon look more than viable. As an ult against Nu, and we're seeing the value of that Nu.
Nice,
the gap close, beautiful from him. Yeah, fantastic entry, well said, Benji. But beyond that as well, Dirk has adapted in the past. We've seen some of the greatest games in his history where he was presented a challenge and overcame, but that was with a different team around him. Now does he get that similar sort of thing, or does Heretics completely switch this up?
Let's have the knives in this round. Given anything on the back of the turret being dealt with over towards Boiler. Drones will cross paths here outside A. Again, yeah, conscious that there's early progress with Durka unnoticed as of yet. Does he go walkabouts here?
See it, just that routine, that temptation. He's going to go for the swing. Only a flash in. It was decent to set him up for one, but that's not enough to change the outcome of this round. And then it falls on the likes of Les, who's got the Vandal still. It falls on the likes of Sivo, who's got the Guardian. Everything goes beyond that.
Until dump comes through.
treat to
Return,
watch.
yeah.
Oh!
I was going to say, it's just a matter of time for Kicks. Down to 9 HP. Miniboo going to carry on applying pressure.
Barrel, hello. You're a little too far there. Bringing it down to a 2v2. This is still doable. And Benji wanting to have a go of things.
Considering the lockdown here? Yeah, they are. Going to invest it.
Feels vulnerable enough, feels real enough, feels like it could be the goer on this. Gotta look at the util we have here. Nothing to really dissuade the defuse.
When the plant's open, though.
You can already see it from Boo's positioning, wanting to be the one. Benji, big shot on less. And the counter ult may be unnecessary, but why not throw it in? Down to the classic. Nice try. Ain't gonna happen.
Heretics now find themselves 2 up early on here in Icebox. You see the operator coming out. Durka in the next. Again, nice flash, just not fully connected on the second, so it's only one for Durka. The back of the knives. Again, Miniboo just continuing.
Nice! Let's go, boys!
To open some of these rounds up for Heretics. Will force a fairly early timeout from Vitality.
It is 4 in a row, Mike. You're starting to feel that, because some of that core DNA of these players is not combining well enough. We're seeing some of those gaps really being exploited and prepared for. It's, yeah, this is, top level talk coming in from coach, not just going to be that conversation from Safe, more kind of on that server side of things.
I mean, the operator, again, to note, it could be an indicator of slowing things down, maybe not exploring as deep. But again, you could argue Durka, again, a situation he has excelled on previously, is being hyper-aggressive with the operator.
And I just love the protocol list that Heretics seem to have right now of dealing with that.
Well, the concern being, Miniboo is always going to be able to get ahead of that timing. Always. And that's, again, you don't want to call it comp diff, but that's one of the fundamental differences here. Miniboo is going to be somewhere 2 seconds ahead of where you're expecting him. We do see Benji on the other side.
Young Benjamin. Let's see what we got. That's a curious one. There we go. Okay, so one going to be facing towards Tube, maybe expecting aggression. You're going to know this operator's coming out. Even using the salvos like this, it feels so tailor-made. Bespoke Neron, they claim kicks, and they back away. Durka's only alive on 16 HP.
Another situation, Miniboo just hit so quickly.
Oh, it's so
Second
good.
as well.
They have absolutely got the Vitality playbook left open on the desk. Not only did they tailor-make that to deal with someone maybe walking Tube with the op or what have you, it was absolutely across the board. Oh, this is gorgeous.
And again, it's the round after the timeout, the adaptation being to send Durka across with the operator. With kicks as well, like I said, he's the second kind of layer to that. Saw it previously with the knives, but Miniboo once again. See, well, got to back away from this to concede the plant. Again, a 2v5. Don't really fancy your odds at the best of times, but certainly not with how the first 7 rounds have gone here on Icebox.
And this becomes, in my mind, such a challenge now for Safe and the coaching staff of Vitality to find a cure for their woes. Because by preparation's sake, by overall kind of ethos sake, Heretics seemed so equipped. They seemed completely aware the operator would be the next layer to this. It'd be something they'd like to look towards, and it was dealt with by all facets of the approach of the round. So this becomes now a really cerebral game. As much as, yeah, it'd be great if Les or Durka or one of these players just has like a mad round. But you need to see this overall change-up of how they want to see this go. And already Sivov has been caught. Les, it looks like he wants to try and stay alive here. Can he keep? Oh my good God, everything's paper. We're fine. He keeps the rifle.
To not actually, did they get retrieved? Yeah, I can't see anybody who's bought another one, but yeah, Miniboo, like I said, I didn't even catch, actually, they got caught on the back of the stun there.
And the compounding thing I look at now for Heretics is, you feel...
Ding, 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 ding. Inshallah.
Inshallah. It's a banger. But again, in my mind, the compounding factor is that for Vitality, they feel red, and then for Heretics, they feel like they've got that perfect read, right? We have been absolutely on you here. And it looks like another rinse and repeat. Is the flash better this time? Kick's going to try and send in.
It's almost too high to catch some of these closer players that are tucked. Again, not in an anti-flash, but well, Woot actually is. They're almost reading into the fact that Kix now is actually going to be positioned alongside Durka in these sorts of scenarios, which almost deems the flash useless.
To go now. You know he's chomping at the bit as well, right? An aggressive player like this, he wants in. Durka gonna be cleared by the Owl drone. Fight forward or fall back, it's fall back time. Has to respect it, but there's players here this time, Mike.
This is how it ends.
4 members of Vitality here. And nothing going to be found from the ultimate on site at least, but will pave the way for further progress.
Hunter's Fury, that's from deep, that's going to be going out
Woot's
from
got to
safe.
be careful.
Yeah, Rien's the one isolated on the site. He's going to cop a... Oh!
Nearly gets the second as
Yeah,
well.
I thought he had that reset then. That was wild. But they've done really well to stall this out. Now Vitality can retake the site a bit here. 18 seconds, they're running low on time. You've got to make this count, and I don't think they've got much to say. They can't back away. That's been kept in by Les here. Time to re-hit if you want to make it go. 10 seconds go now. Make it count while he can. Miniboo does well, gets down safe. He wants more. He's breaking out a silly gel, put back in by Durka. But the plant's in. 3v3, it ain't over yet. They left it late, but this is still Durka's territory. Finding the space, finding the timing, and the Vice closing in. Les taking away space, step by step. Wu tries to get ahead, but not to be. Vitality find an answer.
3 from Durka to find Vitality's third here in map 2. Again, opportunity, again, the pause for some of the cooldowns to come back into play.
Balled over Mullet. Wow.
Controversial, but
that is a hot take.
Very hot take. Saw that should have been on the death segment earlier.
Damn, look at these.
Yeah, but I mean, Benji's caught completely off guard here because he's tucked into that corner with the operator. I think he actually rescopes onto the position below. Durka teed up to find his third.
Now, as much as we're kind of keeping track of Durka's performance, he's still top of the board for Vitality, right? As much as it seems like
about being well handled, he's still going,
finding, you know, more than some. How do they approach it now? Operator is here, but a little bit deeper, playing off the back of Jen.
Yeah, again, Heretics reading heavily into deploying drone. Maybe that pressure being applied and anticipating Durka, not getting desperate, but kind of continuing to explore. Knife was destroyed, so won't be any confirmation on the back of that, but...
Here.
What? Miniboo's
Nah,
crouch
that's a
peaks.
tilter.
Miniboo's
That's a
crouch
tilter.
peaks are insane, by the way.
Can I get...
Well, who was it earlier? Les, right? They just...
Yeah, just diffed. No, give me the side-by-side there, please. Pretty please, EVS. I'm sorry to put you to work. You know, the kill.
You've got some time whilst we walk over to
Yeah. I bet production hate me. She's talking again. Ult going to be used here on the B side of the map, but
30 seconds left.
I also want to question why Durka wasn't pre-aiming that. You know what? Neither here nor there now.
Sivo, yeah. Does spot on the backside of that. No command will come through from Kix, though.
They're so close on this. Just about backing away, but the plant's in. They can't leave it too far. This is such a heavy investment.
Gonna get caught in, actually. Where's the fragment gonna land? Yeah.
Oh, scatter! Oh, they're still gonna kill! Woot, how did you get 3 from that? I do not understand. And now Les is left in the ruins. So many targets, beautiful on the first, but a 1v2. Dart still there is gonna make it difficult. He doesn't know about that second player, it feels like. He's not sure, he was still checking. And they're giving him nothing. Making him sweat. Making him work for his dinner. Lovely from Les. Oh, it's such a nice try. Les is such a talented player, but the time was there for Heretics.
And that's, you almost credit the 1x1 peak there just to run the clock down even further.
There we go.
Although we will see it, yeah.
From Durka POV.
Here.
And
yeah,
again,
it's almost like...
He was 50-50 on where he wanted to peak, but I feel like...
This was ridiculous, though. A fragment comes through and... again, the angle just not complimentary enough.
Good job, bro. Okay,
And
that's good.
Wu finds 3 out of that position.
Yeah.
For a field test.
3 now.
Drone going out.
Getting a bit nervous for Vitality in this. Minibu starting to explore his options.
Very different look here.
The spike's going up tube as well. Maybe ought to do that. A bit risky. Ziva can do nothing about that, though. Has to respect it. The world's longest Viper ult has been invested.
Give them the plant top site. Again, nobody from Vitality really in a position to contest this.
Toxins going up.
See if even on the backside of this, Durka, you've got to keep an eye on him. Over on the flank, Woot to shut it down very early on. Again, he's being really well read. Esto.
Yeah, okay, that's not an exit kill this
taps
time.
continue.
Yeah. Go on, let's give us another one. G. Playing a bit of a game here. Boo by his side, just spamming in the dark, but Les can't do too much. He's kind of stuck there almost at this point for the rest of the team to try and find a way forward, but Benji is pretty much the guardian, right? You don't get towards the site without getting past me. What's Neon doing? Damn, that's rough. See, well, I mean, he was here at the start, and it looks like he'll be here at the end. Heretics are just looking better here. This wasn't the round financially to expect too much, but still really in control.
Yeah, completely catching Vitality offside. Not the round really where they're equipped to deal with such a thing anyway. Again, not going to be finding anybody contesting this ahead of the execute coming through. Yeah, that sort of pit, making it very difficult just to find comfortable angles.
Nice, Benji. Good job, bro.
Ah, it was me. It was good job, bro. Let's go, guys.
Our humble king again.
Yeah, that gap increasing now, 7-3. I think you're absolutely right. You start getting a little concerned now.
Oh my god! Oh!
Woot still finds it.
I need on replay. I just need everything slowed down because my old brain can't handle it. We're waiting for the boys to come back over.
But it's drawn 3 members of Vitality now.
And again, it felt so familiar, it felt so similar to when we saw that operator in play. We've seen it once towards Gen and obviously then played in off the back of that B side of things. And Minibu just seems so prepared, reading the economy really well. It's safe, you can't hold the site, yeah. Has to back away a little bit, play a little bit safer. Minibu is a nightmare to handle at the moment, even on 30 HP. They're going to take the space of this. Going to steal Garden as the way to facilitate the path forward. And we're going to get that spike down. That's all.
5v4 now for Heretics on the backside. This is where Benji and Rienz will fall very early on in this retake.
But Minibu's still here. Minibu is still here, and I'm still scared. He's crouched, he's waiting, he's dealt with! Zevo this time gonna go forward. Now Wu can buy time, but Boo needs to get the gun out as well. He needs help here. Oh, now locked in.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. Send him away a little bit. Durka reads it really well, understanding the spacing, and they can't clear him in time. Durka has done enough with the support of the others on the defuse. Lovely at the end.
That feels like the recovery round for this half.
Yes.
For Vitality to get to 4. It almost feels like that buffer is just enough, potentially. I mean, the 5th will definitely make them feel more comfortable. Here is the kill that comes on to Kicks.
Oh.
Yeah, there's only because those 2 kills come on to
7-5, and my mom is gonna give us a blood.
Well, there you go. Yeah, aiming for the 7-5, I guess.
Guys, I think that one should have been muted.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real, that one. Guys, I think we cut that one. Oh, that's not gonna be in the highlight package.
Maybe it is.
Mike's never been ruined for Vitality more.
Yeah. Give me a jersey, quick. One of them headbands.
I'm out. There's no way. There's no way. Oh, Durka. Upright is still there. I'm trying to pull it back. Oh, Les from above.
It's just Minibu on a solo mission here, though. Won't actually give away his position just yet. 4 members of Heretics, well, 3 actually, sorry, 1 in Tube. Over towards the B side. It's like slight reset on the back of the Hunter's Fury being obtained. I think, yeah, that's why we're seeing now Vitality scramble for this rotation, but Benji in a position to command a lot of space.
That felt like pre-fire almost. That was wild. Rienz, oh, come on. Woot is trying to fight back here, and actually Rienz does get that further connection towards Les, but it's still kicked on the site. They're down in 20 seconds. They're getting low on this one. And Kicks can cause a nightmare, especially with that lockdown. What's the plan?
Can't deal with the lockdown.
Where's the util?
Durka's going to be here to find the backside of it as well. He's only got operator though.
Oh,
what's going on with the plant?
I don't know. They're going to try and get the plant down. They're all going to be screwed, right? Like, surely. Oh! Did any of them make it out of there? I think they all got detained. Woot is trying to live. Oh, but Durka's on the hunt. Jesus, Mother's Day wasn't that long ago. A terrible day for mothers worldwide. A 7-5 on the half.
Yeah, like we said, that's the recovery round we wanted to go for, and probably the scoreline, as we noted from the comms, that they were aiming for. And Sivov does find the top side of that tube, but this is beautiful to catch the backside of the lockdown.
Yeah, you saw Durka do exactly what he had to do. A little bit of motivation goes a long way. So they're back in this with 7-5. It's certainly not over. And we have a little bit of a treat for you, especially you League of Legends lot or Counter-Strike lot. We got Max standing by with one of the coaches, down not too far behind us.
Look, I hope you guys, enjoy the bleachers. Everyone here having a great time in the audience. And I've managed to locate Vitality's League of Legends strategic coach, Had. Mate, how are you enjoying the Valorant, and what have you learned that you can take back to League?
I mean, it's so good watching how they fight every round, even though they get behind, and just watching less perma-clutches. Like, we played football with them yesterday, and he was doing the same thing on the field.
Yeah, look, you're down, but you're not out at the moment. Do you think the boys can make this one work and come back?
Yeah, for sure. We're going to game 3, for sure.
Yeah. And in League terms, what do they need to do to turn it around in the second half?
Just steal Baron Nashor and call it a day.
Yeah. Giga Stomp bot lane? Like, is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Just flash on their faces.
Flash on their faces. Look, after that, of course, we do have a third map. What's your Valorant knowledge like overall?
It's like pretty basic. I think I'm gold.
Hey, look, that's better than half of the crowd here, right? Yeah? Yeah, you're all silver. Yeah. Anyway, look, we'll leave it there, Pad. Thanks for joining us here in the crowd, and I hope you keep it loud over here. This seems to be the Vitality section. A Vitality make a comeback happen.
Vitality!
You heard it here first, Vitality fans. All right, we'll see you after the break to see if Vitality can do it.
Nice.
Mike, do you agree to the league terms here? Talk to me.
Flash under tower, ignite, make sure you secure the kill at all costs. That's my league knowledge.
Michael, I know during your depression arc that you spam played League of Legends. Surely there's more to it than
There's no way, there's no evidence to support this.
I can find the evidence quite easily.
But to link it back, 7-5, still doable here, certainly, for Vitality. Like I said, that feels like the sigh of relief.
Yeah.
Well, another actual, I mean, even looking at the timeline here, all came from retakes.
Are you surprised that Les was good at football?
No, that doesn't surprise me.
Not for
the
1
slightest.
second.
No. Almost a prerequisite.
Yeah, honestly, it's how you get the passport, the visa, you know what I mean? You've got to be able to be good at football. Also, Alpha surprised me at being good at football.
Really?
Yeah, I know he's good at sports, but he was actually very good at football too.
But wasn't Alpha the...
basketball.
Yeah, basketball, yeah.
No, general all-rounder, just MVP. Right, we go in at 5-7.
Well, hang on. Minibu. Well, almost. Continued. Progress there.
Turret's destroyed.
Turret dealt with now, and revert back to what looks a little more default. Oh. Wow.
What you saying? Just said, oh god. Little pigtails almost giving away the game, but do you agree the crowd is silver? That was very rude.
Yeah, I don't know if that was supposed to be an interview or just Matt coming out to flame
He's just
the crowd.
swinging. He's just, I love that. It's aggressive.
They're only here 2 days a week now. You can't be flaming them.
Yampy can.
Well,
he's
yeah,
been trying. Right. Focus back towards the B site, and it's slow and steady here. Durka's going to be forced to move. Oh my word, Boo. That was lovely. And look who's backfilled the space. Miniboo. Taking it away. You wanted comfort towards the side of the map? No. Absolutely not. Now, they didn't get the picture here. And now there's going to be contact towards A.
The drone might actually sell what's necessary here, or could actually be a
that's mad.
misread actually on the back of the drone, not finding anything. Almost mirroring each other here. Might still be able to get the plant uncontested here, because Safe's pretty deep.
Okay, Safe, that was really nice.
Way ahead of the curve. Rians was not expecting this.
No, but Miniboo's quick, right? And he's crouching on a corner, so it's looking good. Zevov has gone down. Another spam of the shock dart, going to keep him at bay, but the rest are there fighting back. Les still alive, and it's only going to be Les. Left in a 1v3. How much can one man do? Kept back, but handles Benji. The spacing not good enough. You can't give him 1v1s. Looking to try and nutmeg this round. Woot down low. 10 HP, a strong breeze will knock him over. And halfway achieved on the defuse. He has to try and deal with it. He's actually pulled him off from the defuse here. There's still a chance. He's got to know. He's still got a chance.
Felt pretty dicey there for Heretics. Woot down on just a lick of HP. Like I said, a few scenarios there where Les is almost given.
Yeah.
I don't want to say given a 1v1, but given a chance. Even here, though, knows the wall is going to be coming up here. It's going to be a factor.
Bullets, he goes back.
A pistol to kick off the second half here for Heretics. I mean, Bulldogs to round out this purchase. Wow, actually, Miniboo. Try and make a stab at things. Over towards yellow, actually, on B. Maybe anyone on the other side of this for Vitality.
Here.
Clear some of these close angles. It's actually Rian's only with a ghost.
It's pretty tricky to clear that angle.
Well, only
you don't
a
get
ghost.
a second. You're not meant to get a second, Rienz. I'll give you one. The second is outrageous that you got away with that. So the Outlaw, I still like seeing this Outlaw coming into play, to be fair. That is something I enjoyed even on the other half of things. You can see the amount of light shields. They've invested in so many heavier shields in this one. So Les trying to make a go of it. He's a scary boy today. Forced away. Drop of the wall. Oh my word, Rienz. That's a third for him. Zevov. A 1v3. Now it's the Bulldogs out to play. The fun going to be quelled as Heretics making it further ahead now.
Found the 9th. Potential double digits here if they can win Vitality's first buy. See what the purchase looks like.
Yeah, okay.
It's not quite on Woot's level from Haven.
No, but he's knocking at the door.
Woot once again, though, top of the board for Heretics. Looking extremely comfortable. It's going to be two Sheriffs to round things out. Obviously, once again, actually, Miniboo exploring past Nest now. We're up towards Bell. Will be rewarded as well. Does he get a second? No. Kicks. We'll find the trade. Moves Durka very early on.
Seeing them trying to find that thread where they're going. Implication made towards B, but we can see... Nice from Les. You can see they're still cautiously heading towards A.
So yeah, Miniboo's Bulldog unretrievable. I guess the one towards Tube being one you go for, but Wu kept in check, so to say, down at 57 HP. If anybody's actually going to swing ahead of this, Vitality very cautious in approach.
30 seconds left.
Now kicks. 10 HP. So very careful in this situation. Riens. Caught off guard here by Sivov.
Okay, we're just going to send...
Fine, plenty of time here.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the ult on that. I know the numbers-wise, but he got so late on time. Both connected to on the knife now. Nice trained.
Toxins going up.
Now, well, it kind of finished before it started. Nice from Vitality and a necessary round, really.
Like I said, to prevent Heretics finding double digits early on. Again, the purchase not quite there for them. Awkward to find a second there for Miniboo, unfortunately. But Kicks finding it from the lower angle. If obviously the trend from the first half does continue for Miniboo, I think it was just almost rampant in these early rounds.
I've got to say though, Woot's really picking up the difference. Having a belting performance.
4 members of Heretics starting on the A side.
Oh my word, they're putting Miniboo towards Nest. Do they stick around to try and support this, or what's the clear going to be?
Yeah, I mean, Kicks has got to be really careful here because he doesn't actually have the spike. So you want to see him being the one to swing out, but Durka has been well handled a few times.
Kicks hasn't been having the big game here. 4 kills for him.
No, he struggled.
It's not a fun performance. They're going in towards this. Feels petrifying. Now the out drone.
Maybe was just spotted on that.
I think he would have been just around the corner. This is 2 players now shown. The third is the one to strike! That was outrageous by Miniboo. Heading safe in the blink of an eye.
That was so clean to find the second, Lauren. Beautiful setup as well. Vitality just don't even have an opportunity to respond to that.
He's just going to tuck in the corner. Nothing really to clear this apart from the bodies themselves. The patience might pay here. Woot waiting. 1 spotted, 1 taken, a second considered. Tag towards Kicks, who's desperately trying to force him off this. And safety found. Leaves it to the rest of the boys to pick up the slack, and it's a 10-second save here. Kicks can do nothing about it, but they are hunting. Hot on his trail. I don't know if he's making away. Miniboo, the one for the fight here. A couple more seconds. Do you get to keep your gun? No, you don't. Heretics fully in control, Mike.
Finding way more value on these early engagements than Vitality did on their defense. Will force the time here, but...
Love this.
Oh.
God, that shot. Oh, the slow-mo too.
That is filth. Absolute filth. Again, there's very little safety in terms of where the stun's invested from Miniboo.
Don't stand.
On the back of the salvos. Beautifully done.
Oh. Vitality,
yeah, well, it feels a little awkward now. It's that situation where 3-1 in the second half. Vitality now basically using up the lion's share of their funds.
Stressed. You can see it across the faces. Safe and Durka both looking under pressure. Again, this team was put together to really achieve the highest heights. You know, they went out to the market, they spent a whole lot of money on this squad. And you saw the potential from the word go. Incredible. That recent trip against Fnatic, and now potentially a fumble against Heretics. Question marks will be raised about this team of how well they do going forward. Can they keep composure? Now put under the gun themselves. Do they have the depth and capability? This is what we question now. It's 6-10 going back in here. Ult still with Woot. 1 away from Miniboo, 1 away from Riens, and on the other side, a couple of those ults starting to come into play.
And these are the big ones that ultimately, if they need to invest into this round, will rub salt in the wound for Vitality in terms of trying to claw their way back into this half. Potentially some big tools to just sit back on in a retake as well. We look towards Woot and Riens in that regard. Miniboo throw it out, see what sticks, because pretty much everything's sticking for him so far in Icebox.
It's going to kick scene. They saw Durka there as well. Standard start though, really, just defaulting the way forward, trying to get any sort of information causing those rotations, but Miniboo is just about everywhere.
Steve off the one to try and find first contact here and maybe draw a rotation. See with the spike not committed just yet, but positioned over towards the A side. There's Boo on the other side towards Snowman. He's not going to be too keen to give anything away. Obviously still some utility to deal with as well, which is going to basically be the comforter.
30 seconds left.
Blanket of safety for Heretics, but now there's a bit of a gap in the rotation.
All on Boo here, gonna need to call in the cavalry, call in the help because they are pushing CT. They want to fight. No way! That's a spike gun. Had to be picked up here. There was a chance for more damage to be done, but now taking fights. They're in no man's land. Safe trying to hold the push back. Dealt with, done, dead. Pops the ult. Miniboo wants back now. Ult to clear sight. Does he spot anyone? Pre-fire there, spots nothing. They've cleared sight. It's on towards yellow. It's on towards B-Long. Oh, Benji with a beautiful double, but the big man himself, I don't think Les can do anything now. Diffuse coming in. It's 11.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I think Durka throws a smoke through that blocks the flash from Kicks. And it makes that engagement towards Snowman really awkward. Again, I'll have to watch that. I'm not sure if we did catch it, but just a split second. Because then they would have had a 3v1 basically with the flash through the wall.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, again, they get that kill cleanly.
See, here it is.
Yeah, I think the flash is just behind this. And it's Kicks then that... I'm not saying this is a round-changing moment, but whether or not that's a miscom and Durka just misplaced the smoke or it's supposed to go a little deeper, but it completely mitigates that flash. And then basically, what they have no safety net.
No.
They're still behind the Viper wall.
Ooh. So thank you, replay team, for that.
They did
Like
catch
that was thrown together, and it was brilliantly done. The buy looking thrown together now for Vitality. Durka trying to forge a way forward. Rien's going to back for space. Take the smoke away for a second. Wood's there to pick up the pieces. Fill the void. Kicks is gone. Good chip damage though. Rien's down to 50, Wood down to 70, but they want to retake the site itself. They want the fight. He loses it. Save. Finding two for himself. There is such talent in these two teams. Individuals can shine at any moment. Now the plant is in, and they're a man to the good.
You have the Hunter's Fury as well to fall back on. It's almost that contingency plan. Vitality, they're able to slip back into this post line very comfortably. We're going to send a snake bite. The X-ray doesn't think it connect. What? Doesn't matter.
Okay, he's got a railgun. We're playing Quake. I'm sorry, I forgot which game we're in. They do still need to deal with this diffuse though, and that. No, Miniboo, stop it!
I don't know where safe is.
No way! That's how this ends. Miniboo is a master at work.
And he gets it with a full second to spare as well.
It's just watching a montage every round from him.
It's just ridiculous. It's up to save again.
God.
Makes this doable for Vitality. Just outrageous from Miniboo.
Oh. And he does this well, just spins around on a dime.
The problem being is safe. I mean, he has to reset. He has to take a deeper position for the Hunter's Fury. But it's only a second to decide that.
You're the greatest player of all time, bro.
I'm kind of with him there.
Yeah, I'm
right now.
And the confidence is sky high. Durka! And safe as well. This is Miniboo at his most brutal. Just eviscerating Vitality. Kicks, Les, and Sumo are going to have to put together the pieces. But this feels nearly done.
A very early 5v3 created. So Kicks not had the best of map 2s here, sorry.
Yep.
Really struggled to get this KO working.
Poison orb emitting.
Now called upon here as one of the last three standing for Vitality. Get a chance here to find Boo once again towards Snowman.
Les slips ahead. Zeus still towards sight, kicks down long. Spike in the hands of Les.
You should run.
Lockdown gonna come in. He wants the plant.
As I say, Hunter's Fury available here.
Oh, and he's gonna find a tag too. Oh, he's found a body! Kicks, after a nightmare performance here, has to face 5. 20 seconds. And this will be heartbreak for the team. It's done, Rienz makes sure of it with an in-zone flawless to wrap it up.
A clean 2-0 from Heritage. Talking about them dropping maps previously, but now effectively securing their position here in stage 1 in comfortable fashion. And Miniboo and Wu, just the standout performances here, goes without saying for Heretics.
And to add to that, you have to highlight, doing that against the likes of Vitality, who are such a mechanically gifted team, is so very impressive. Genuinely, I think it's a little bit of a back to the drawing board for Vitality. Get things in line here, because there's been a couple of losses to the big boys, which is fair, but they hold themselves to a high standard. But Heretics, it feels like game by game, Mike, are getting back to their winning ways.
I mean, yeah, Vitality obviously to face off against Apex and Na'Vi in the coming weeks, so maybe a chance to, I guess, steady the ship, course correct potentially, but I'm absolutely with you. Let's have a look maybe at these last 2 losses. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Heretics today. The crutch in the air from Neil Zenio.
There he is, hobbling away. But the boys were flying through that game, Mike. I mean, I'm so impressed with Heretics. After being, I don't want to say on the fence, but a little bit worried out in the past, they look like they're back on track. And to find out more, Miniboo and Boo will be joining the delightful Zoe and Tombiz on the post plant.
Ah, she called us delightful.
Yeah, but where was the gap in that sentence? Was it the delightful Zoe and Tombiz?
Yeah, I think
I
think punctuation marks are very important in this sentence. That's all I
felt like
say.
there might have been a gap in there. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think there was a comma for sure,
Yeah.
for sure. Now, that said, though, Team Heretics, they put an exclamation mark on this performance. Absolute dominance showing there across the board. So many highlight performances from the individual players. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I think it was an exciting series across the board because you had Heretics going into a map that they knew Vitality were going to be decent at, fighting them with their own comp and winning, and then Vitality
so much
going...
aura about that.
Yeah,
like,
Vitality going, okay, we're going to take Durka back to Jet, back to a map where he was unbelievable, and try and beat you on a map you were solid at, and failing. So then for Heretics, it's basically the ideal scenario. They get to qualify beating one of the top teams, the team that made it top 4 at Masters, showing that they're hopefully back to the form that we've seen from them last year. And then for Vitality, they've kind of put them in the danger zone.
It raises questions, right, for Vitality now. And also, I think Vitality, just based on their performance in kickoff and them like qualifying for the Masters and whatnot, yeah, you're looking great.
And I need to make sure the ball Boo is in frame.
Senpai will notice you, I'm pretty sure, Tom.
Well,
Don't worry about
it. So.
Well, then he most certainly has already noticed you. But yeah, for Vitality, obviously this raises questions because they are such a highly rated team coming into this stage now as well. A rough start to this one, Anne.
Yeah, well, you look at this as well, go back to last week, there was a world where they beat Fnatic, they come in here and maybe even just a few rounds on that first map, and we're talking about a very different series. So we have seen Sivo individually look very, very good. I don't think there's any questions there, but maybe the gaps it's left elsewhere in the team, like Safe moving away from such an aggressive role and having to play something that at times is a more supportive initiator, means he can't have the same impact, or maybe it's harder for him to call in that world. So I think that something needs to change, because a loss or 2 more and they maybe don't make playoffs.
Are you implying the role swaps ain't it? Is that what I'm kind of hearing there? Are you not completely sold on it?
It's not so much that. I think that firstly it takes time, but also you have to look at what they lost. Like Trex is a fantastic initiator player, like one of the best in EMEA. I think that he's taken a little bit of a break, but when he comes back, whichever team gets him, he's going to be a fantastic addition to that team. So plugging Sevolf in, like, he's shown his value, but like you said, with the role swaps, there are aspects of it that maybe Safe can't quite be the carry he was at times. So then it's like, it changes just the dynamic slightly enough, and Trex's supportive utility is some of the best in the world. So that's what you've lost, but you have gained some other aspects as well.
In comparison to the other teams, though, and the teams that they have left to play, how do they stack up? Are you worried about them making it to at least the playoffs?
No, I think that especially when they've got the Heretics and Fnatic already out of the way, like those are two losses you can kind of afford, and playoffs is all that matters. I think that I think it was Durka tweeted it last week. It's like, yeah, they beat us in groups, but when we get to playoffs, it will be a different story. So I think that they are a squad that will look at those playoffs and go, well, we want to beat everyone anyway and win the whole thing. So if we have to go the long way, we have to go the long way.
More reps. Right?
Exactly.
More reps. But that also means more tape on you. So there's that. But more reps.
Sure.
Yeah.
But there's also a little bit of a gap between like the group stage and the playoffs, and between playoffs and Masters. So there's always going to be opportunities to freshen things up, and I think they've shown that at least on a firepower level, they're still incredible. So just a few tweaks here and there with the new player, I think they'll be great.
They will be great. Yeah, and no one talks about the group stages anymore, except from us, who constantly bring it up. And now we do have Mini Boo and Boo joining us here on Postplan.
My brothers.
I like the shirt.
Yeah, so first of all, congratulations.
Yeah, you're going to have to replace. I'll hold this.
What an incredible performance. Love seeing all three brothers on the couch.
I can't cover the
You're doing great, don't
By the way,
worry
there
about
is a fourth one back in the arena, in the studio.
Oh, is there?
The real brother.
The real... Wait, did you... Whoa.
To be honest, I didn't get the Valorant gene, that's for sure. I got the watching gene.
Someone's got to be the black sheep.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
okay. I'm sure you're doing great in other aspects of brotherhood.
When I say real, I mean like, you know, blood brother, but Tom is...
He's brother by choice, not by blood.
Exactly. If anything, that's more important.
Yes, right. Let's roll with that one. Speaking of important things, map vetoes. The first one that we saw in this one, you guys picked Haven. We had a lot of questions because, you know, Vitality, like, they're known for the Haven. Yes, they lost it in recent times, but they're still a very strong Haven team. You guys not only picked Haven against them, you also rolled out with their comp. Walk us through the thought process here.
I think it's simple. We scrim, we play the maps, then we rank them how we feel as a team, and then we veto based on that. We don't veto based on opponent's strength or weakness. We veto based on our strength and or weakness. And Haven was the map that everyone wanted to play.
Right on. Did you feel it was helpful to have that very recent footage of them on Haven just from like a few days ago?
I don't know.
Did you watch it?
I mean, Neil watched it. He did some analysis, yes, but it was maybe 10% of it. I think mostly it was us, like, dealing with the issues we had in kickoff, being confident, punishing them. It was not like game plan. Like, some of it was, of course, but it was not about the game plan. You know, the difference maker was not the game plan.
Well, I kind of want to ask on that for Miniboo, do you ever think about who you're up against? Because obviously in that first map, you know you're going in as that Yoru player, you're up against Durka, who for a very long time has been good at that role. Do you consider who it is, or just go, no, it's on me, it doesn't matter who's on the other side?
I mean, at this point, I played against all of the best duelists in the world, and maybe last year as a rookie, I cared, but right now, like, I think I grew up, and I just play the game, I just see Jet, I just see... I don't know, Raze, Phoenix, Yoru, like, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I care when I play Ranked and I see Ranked Demon, then, like, I'm like, how? Like, but in official, it's not that complicated, you know?
Yeah, sometimes it's just that simple, right? You just play the game, and you played the game well today. Like, it looked like you're just putting together a highlight reel for the day. How did you feel in the match? Were you just flow state, going with it?
Talk about the last round. Okay. So on the last round, yeah, like we won 2v3. I killed 3 people, yeah, and then I was like already shaking, you know. And then like on the second round, I get 2 more kills, and I didn't calm down like from the last round. So in a 3v5, I was legit like looking at my crosshair, and I just couldn't hold the mouse. Like I was shaking so hard, like I was legit like I was like, guys, I'm like you know, like Ennis even like and Boo. Notice it? Said like, Tommy, chill. yeah, I was like in the middle of the round, just like...
Some breathing exercises, I love
like,
that.
I mean, just to touch on that,
that's kind of why we lost split against Giants, because we got so excited to win. And like even here, like last round 5v3, we just made a super good call, got 2 kills. It should be easy, but we're still excited to win. And like that's what Domi had, like where he was just too emotional. So that's still something that we work on. Of course, it's hard to do. It's emotions, it's human. But yeah, like just an example of improvement, for example, from last weekend is.
What do you say in moments like that? Like last week you had a pretty epic desk slam, by the way. I rank it like an 11 out of 10. It looked really satisfying. What do you say to the team in that moment? Or like, what are you saying after that?
I mean, I say I'm sorry. I think like this week of the pracs, I remember I had like the most insane play, and I was like almost like with a single spray down, I was like almost killing 4, but 2 of them were left in the 1 HP, and I was like, I slammed the desk again, and everyone was looking at me like, guys, sorry. It was not frustration. I was just really sad. Like I don't know.
Well, it's like it is the showstopper last week. I think you guys were 11-4 up, misses 1 kill, and it's like, that's not good enough. Like, your bar for yourself is ridiculously high.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just want to kill, you know. And when I don't kill, I get sad.
Same,
No, that's
but
fair.
I'm a
That's
lot
fair.
worse at the game.
No, you put up the numbers today, though. Of course, we have a direct comparison. I can't talk anymore. It's been a long day. Anyway, direct comparison. That's where I wanted to go. Against Camo.
Well, this was the thing. We had a hot take segment at the beginning of the day. My hot take was that a Lithuanian was going to have the top ACS. And I'll be honest, you let me down. Only 274. Camo has beaten you by a little bit. So how are you going to make sure if I did that prediction again next week, you'll perform slightly better?
I mean, it's easy, and you win 13-1, like to have.
That's true. That's true.
It's like Hero had like 2.64 rating in a 13-0, like, you know, like it's crazy numbers, you know. But
So you need to win 13-0. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, who cares about statistics? Like Boo said,
Me, I have to eat hot sauce.
like Boo said, only noobs care about statistics. I'm sorry, I'm not blaming you, by the way.
But like
I'm not
actually-
blaming you, but I kind of am at the same time.
Is that something you guys ever pay attention to? Like any kind of stats,
Who clicks tab
comparisons?
the most in your team?
Who does that? Who does that?
I mean, nobody, never, ever. Maybe somebody has some intrusive thoughts in their heads that they're not sharing. But like, what we always, since the forming the team, we were always saying like, we don't need anyone to drop 30 to win. We just need to be as a team. And we probably repeated that like 500 times at this point. And now it's kind of natural for us that it doesn't matter who's 30 kills, who's 5. As long as you communicate, you do your best, it doesn't matter.
You guys really stepped up the communication. In fact, you were singing at some point. I was not familiar with the songs. I don't know, I'm just a boomer, or like, Tom, you can walk us through.
Yeah, you're a big Natank
Do
fan.
me on the wing, and he got 5 men that just being him. He wear Gucci, so we Gucci. He's actually wearing Gucci now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Bro, he bought Gucci shoes.
He has Gucci bracelet, Gucci shoes.
You're like Turkish final boss, bro.
Yes, he wearing Gucci, so we Gucci.
So is this to do with the brand or to do with Natank himself, or both?
And he has just one man.
I'm just looking at it.
On the way.
I mean,
And he
the
got
song is
one
really
man,
good,
I'm
honestly.
just
Like, it's a team vitality song,
He
and
very
honestly,
Gucci.
it's so good.
So we Gucci.
I think it's Stolen song.
No,
Like,
not
there is
All
a
the
real
way.
football song, but they recreated it as like Valorant song.
Okay.
And it's like, we sing it, like it's just a inside joke, you know, like we just sing it for fun, like
A little hype song.
1 year, yeah.
Okay, I
I mean,
like
it's the
it.
best Valorant song, way better than all the Champ songs.
Okay, I'm not sure I can agree with that.
Well, listen, it's their endorsement, that's fine. Also, this segment is not endorsed by Gucci in any way, shape or form, just to clarify that.
It's endorsed by Natank.
Yes, exactly.
We love Natank.
We do
Bring
do
him
that.
back. Bring him back to EMEA.
You heard it here. We'll steal him back, it's okay.
Next stage.
I hope not in Heretics. You guys are doing pretty well. I don't think that makes sense.
He'll find a home
Bring him
somewhere
for
else.
vibes,
For the
Natank
vibes, for
brings
the
good
vibes. Speaking of vibes, they must be at an all-time high because you guys are the first team to officially actually lock in for the playoffs. How are you feeling about that? Was that even in the back of your head heading into today's match?
That's what we need.
I mean, I thought about it, but at the same time, we always focus just on the game. So after the game, I was like, okay, guys, congrats. And people were like, yeah.
You did it, you were like, okay.
Like, I don't think people care too much because our goal is to win every game. So,
that's fair.
You know, playoffs are kind of automatically there if you do. And even if you would have lost today, there is still like many games to lock it. So, feels good, but of course we're in playoffs.
Of course they are in playoffs. Yeah, no intrusive thoughts here. You guys made it through. Is there another team that you think is definitely going to make it through? Like, who do you think is going to be a guaranteed?
Fnatic.
Yeah, I was about to say I could answer
like,
that.
I think I watched their voice comms. I watched their voice comms yesterday, and like they're back. Like I think the calls and also the vibes. Like I remember Fnatic last year how kind of sad they looked, and now it's so different. And I think that's also different for us between kickoff and now, where we're so much happier, vibing so much more. That's like probably #1 thing to success.
Right on. Yeah, no, it's been so much fun watching you in the player cams, seeing what you performed on the stage today as well. So guys, thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. We can't wait to see what more you have in store for us. It is time to say goodnight for us here though. However, we are back with one more day of action tomorrow, so make sure to tune in once more. But for now, it's goodnight and thank you so much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We get a new look at the Liquid Lotus here. Both teams reintroducing maps to their pool. We'll see how that goes later on. Nice! Team Liquid are making this advantage grow round on round. Seems like they found another winner. 13-1 on Lotus, a dominant display as Liquid look to return to form with a very clean performance. It's a layup for the slam dunk as Camo has found himself another triple kill. ETG won't be able to do it, and Team Liquid will send this one home 2-0.
It's worked all day long. Beautiful work. Boo there. 13-10. Brilliant from Heretics towards the end. Duckers on the hunt! You can do it for Meaty Boo! Breaking ankles and breaking hearts! Beautifully handled! It's done! Rienz makes sure of it with an end zone flawless to wrap it up.
Get in your lane, stay in your lane. Wait, this ain't a game. Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same. Put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it. Look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease. To you, it's learning. To me, it's a breeze. You feel that? That win is degree, that kickback. You come in and me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. Might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the